Some of our research involves work with the community. We have an outreach facet of the faculty called the Unit for the Community Schools, and a number of students have done research there. And many of the pillars in our faculty are involved in community research. For example, our STEM projects work a lot with digital applications to enable students to access maths concepts more easily. And using digital technology is a way of engaging our learners in the schools. It's a way of drawing on the latest technology and using it in the service of maths knowledge and providing epistemological access. So a number of our STEM researchers, like our full professor, Prof. Bayaga, and his team do work there. They also do work with games with learners at schools, as looking at maths problems and puzzles as a way of understanding them through games. Decolonization is a key concern in the research that happens in this.
the Nelson Mandela University. The postgraduate department is a critical part of the academic community, contributing to a global body of knowledge through research. The Faculty of Education is home to leading academics with an impressive number of internationally acclaimed researchers among staff. Our postgraduate programs play an important role in the further development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills through research and contributions to knowledge creation. Our facilities are well built as support structures to ensure that every student reaches their full potential. The postgraduate commons in the faculty are an excellent teaching and learning facility, an environment that is stimulating and conducive to cutting-edge research and innovation. The postgraduate brochure gives you a broader look of the postgraduate programs on offer. Make sure to grab yours at our store. Now, let us hand over to our Postgraduate Studies Acting HOD, Dr. Eileen Shekel.
Hello, I'm Eileen Shekel. I'm Head of Postgraduate Studies in the Faculty of Education. My role particularly is to help with master's and doctoral students, and we developed an induction program for them. And in terms of supporting master's and doctoral students, we have a space that's specifically allocated to them in terms of our postgraduate commons, where students can meet and work, and they have resources here that they can draw on as they engage in their postgraduate studies. Part of our program for M&D students is to work with other universities. So we are part of a NECT program where we meet with colleagues at two other universities actually on a Saturday morning, and our students here at Nelson Mandela share their research with their fellow students at Limpopo and the University of Venda. And we hear presentations from their students. And this is an opportunity for our students to share their research beyond the confines of this university and to get a wider audience, which is so important when you're doing research. And so they benefit from the feedback and the critique and that opportunity to share, because in the generation of knowledge, it's about sharing what we have found and adding to the body of knowledge. Some of our research involves work with the community. We have an outreach facet of the faculty called the Unit for the Community Schools, and a number of students have done research there. And many of the pillars in our faculty are involved in community research. For example, our STEM projects work a lot with digital applications to enable students to access maths concepts more easily. And using digital technology is a way of engaging our learners in the schools. It's a way of drawing on latest technology and using it in the service of maths knowledge and providing epistemological access. So a number of our STEM researchers, like our full professor, Prof. Bayaga, and his team do work there. They also do work with games with learners at schools, as looking at maths problems and puzzles as a way of understanding them through games. Decolonization is a key concern in the research that happens in this faculty, and looking at new ways of engaging learners in knowledge construction. So our full professor, Prof. Luchnout, has worked within the university on decolonization and across universities. And I think it's important that this is seen as a broader initiative in terms of decolonization. And it feeds also into our engagement in schools. We have research using indigenous knowledge to access science, and how we can draw on the knowledge that is existing in communities. Literacy is a national concern and always seems to get bad publicity. And I think it often overlooks the work that is being done in the literacy field. And one of the leaders in our faculty in that area is Nadima Mustan, who is involved in foundation phase teaching at our Mission Vale campus. But she's also the national chair of the Literacy Association of South Africa, and is very much engaged at a grassroots level, and has done a lot of work with assistants developing literacy in schools. And as the LATASA chairperson, she serves on various national panels to develop literacy and reading, and looking at moving away from a technical understanding of literacy and limiting our understanding of literacy to something that is a scientific analysis, to a more holistic approach where we value indigenous stories, where we value storytelling, where we value the rich culture of reading many kinds of texts, as well as the technical aspects of phonemes and phonetic awareness. So we espouse a very holistic approach to literacy. So TVET is a new niche area in our faculty, and we can see its impact on our master's and doctoral applications, where we've had a growth of students wanting to do research in this area. It's a new area. It's recognizing that at tertiary level, we need to recognize technical training and the value of supporting technical education. And so our TVET students here also see the value of research, and recently held a symposium in which they showcased research that's being done in the TVET sector.
Now, one of our most important research treasures in the faculty is the Educational Research for Social Change online journal. The journal is deeply embedded in our academic infrastructure. The journal aims to play a critical role in confirming the importance of the educational research as social change, contributing to the theorizing thereof and the dissemination of current research to a broad, cross-disciplinary audience of scholars and practitioners in the field of education. To honor and acknowledge 10 years of hard work that went into the establishment and the sustenance of the journal, the faculty hosted a celebration in 2022 where the key role players reflected on their journey since the establishment of the journal.
And I'm involved, or have been involved, in the establishment of the Educational Research for Social Change journal.
Hi everyone, my name is Leslie Wood, and I am currently at Northwest University, but I was one of the founder editors of the journal along with Prof. Nadine de Lange and Prof. Audrey Duplessis.
Seems like only yesterday when the journal started, and the editors had a very clear vision for what they wanted to achieve, and that was an open access online journal.
I believe timing is everything. The journal came at the right time when academic debates were focusing on how research can be transformative and contribute to social change.
This is the culmination of a lot of hard work over a period of 10 years.
The Educational Research for Social Change online journal publishes scientific articles which draw on participatory methodologies such as arts-based research, community-based participatory research, participatory action research, participatory action learning and action research, participatory visual research, self-study research, and other such empirical research located in critical and transformative paradigms. These are seen as key in contributing to the transformation of education research and education itself. The Educational Research for Social Change also publishes original conceptual papers, book reviews, conference and project reports which are relevant to the scope of the journal. Each publication should clearly demonstrate its relevance to the social journal. For more information, you can visit the website below. In the attempt to encourage research and academic writing, the faculty organizes lunchtime research talks every Thursday during lunch. The lunchtime research talks are organized by other faculty members who would like to share their research project with other peers in a friendly and supportive environment. These presentations assist our academics to receive valuable feedbacks prior to their journal submissions, while also acting as a practice field for any upcoming presentation at an academic conference. At the end of the presentation, attendants are welcome to discuss, question and suggest possible avenues for improvement, as well as bring up more relevant theories. Now, that is all we have for you. For more information on all our offerings, make sure to visit our Faculty of Education website. You can also be part of our online community by following us on all our social media platforms for more daily updates. Thank you for watching. Hello, welcome to the Postgraduate Department in the Faculty of Education at the Nelson Mandela University. The Postgraduate Department is a critical part of the academic community, contributing to a global body of knowledge through research. The Faculty of Education is home to leading academics with an impressive number of internationally acclaimed researchers among staff. Our postgraduate programs play an important role in the further development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills through research and contributions to knowledge creation. Our facilities are well built as support structures to ensure that every student reaches their full potential. The postgraduate commons in the Hello, welcome to the Postgraduate Department in the Faculty of Education at the Nelson Mandela University. The Postgraduate Department is a critical part of the academic community, contributing to a global body of knowledge through research. The Faculty of Education is home to leading academics with an impressive number of internationally acclaimed researchers among staff. Our postgraduate programs play an important role in the further development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills through research and contributions to knowledge creation. Our facilities are well built as support structures to ensure that every student reaches their full potential. The postgraduate commons in the faculty are an excellent teaching and learning facility, an environment that is stimulating and Hello, welcome to the Postgraduate Department in the Faculty of Education. education at the Nelson Mandela University. The postgraduate department is a critical part of the academic community, contributing to a global body of knowledge through research. The Faculty of Education is home to leading academics with an impressive number of internationally acclaimed researchers among staff. Our postgraduate programs play an important role in the further development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills through research and contributions to knowledge creation. Our facilities are well built as support structures to ensure that every student reaches their full potential. The postgraduate commons in the faculty are an excellent teaching and learning facility, an environment that is stimulating and conducive to cutting-edge research and innovation. The postgraduate brochure gives you a broader look of the postgraduate programs on offer. Make sure to grab yours at our store. Now, let us hand over to our postgraduate studies acting HOD, Dr. Eileen Shekel.
Hello, I'm Eileen Shekel. I'm Head of Postgraduate Studies in the Faculty of Education. My role particularly is to help with master's and doctoral students, and we developed an induction program for them. And in terms of supporting master's and doctoral students, we have a space that's specifically allocated to them in terms of our postgraduate commons, where students can meet and work, and they have resources here that they can draw on as they engage in their postgraduate studies. Part of our program for M&D students is to work with other universities. So we are part of a NECT program where we meet with colleagues at two other universities actually on a Saturday morning, and our students here at Nelson Mandela share their research with their fellow students at Limpopo and the University of Venda. And we hear presentations from their students. And this is an opportunity for our students to share their research beyond the confines of this university and to get a wider audience, which is so important when you're doing research. And so they benefit from the feedback and the critique and that opportunity to share, because in the generation of knowledge, it's about sharing what we have found and adding to the body of knowledge. Some of our research involves work with the community. We have an outreach facet of the faculty called the Unit for the Community Schools, and a number of students have done research there. And many of the pillars in our faculty are involved in community research. For example, our STEM projects work a lot with digital applications to enable students to access maths concepts more easily. And using digital technology is a way of engaging our learners in the schools. It's a way of drawing on the latest technology and using it in the service of maths knowledge and providing epistemological access. So a number of our STEM researchers, like our full professor, Prof. Bayaga, and his team do work there. They also do work with games with learners at schools, as looking at maths problems and puzzles as a way of understanding them through games. Decolonization is a key concern in the research that happens in this faculty, and looking at new ways of engaging learners in knowledge construction. So our full professor, Prof. Lichnout, has worked within the university on decolonization and across universities. And I think it's important that this is seen as a broader initiative in terms of decolonization. And it feeds also into our engagement in schools. We have research using indigenous knowledge to access science, and how we can draw on the knowledge that is existing in communities. Literacy is a national concern and always seems to get bad publicity. And I think it often overlooks the work that is being done in the literacy field. And one of the leaders in our faculty in that area is Nadima Mustan, who is involved in foundation phase teaching at our Mission Vale campus. But she's also the national chair of the Literacy Association of South Africa and is very much engaged at a grassroots level and has done a lot of work with assistants developing literacy in schools. And as the LATASA chairperson, she serves on various national panels to develop literacy and reading, and looking at moving away from a technical understanding of literacy and limiting our understanding of literacy to something that is a scientific analysis, to a more holistic approach where we value indigenous stories, where we value storytelling, where we value the rich culture of reading many kinds of texts, as well as the technical aspects of phonemes and phonetic awareness. So we espouse a very holistic approach to literacy. So TVET is a new niche area in our faculty, and we can see its impact on our master's and doctoral applications, where we've had a growth of students wanting to do research in this area. It's a new area. It's recognizing that at tertiary level, we need to recognize technical training and the value of supporting technical education. And so our TVET students here also see the value of research, and recently held a symposium in which they showcased research that's being done in the TVET sector.
Now, one of our most important research treasures in the faculty is the Educational Research for Social Change online journal. The journal is deeply embedded in our academic infrastructure. The journal aims to play a critical role in confirming the importance of the educational research as social change, contributing to the theorizing thereof and the dissemination of current research to a broad cross-disciplinary audience of scholars and practitioners in the field of education. To honor and acknowledge 10 years of hard work that went into the establishment and the sustenance of the journal, the faculty hosted a celebration in 2022 where hello, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, 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 morning. Dennis. It's a Friday, guys. I think we had a very long week, but a very exciting week at the same time. So I would like us to, let's just loosen up a bit. Today is the library. Yeah, we are the Library and Information Services. We are hosting you today. So please, let's just loosen up. It's a Friday, and we are all young here. Nah? Yeah. All right. I think we are going to start, colleagues. Is everyone in? Is the director in? Oh. All right. Okay, let's start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Nelson Mandela University Libraries Open Publishing Seminar. I am Noma Tongo Bell, Deputy Director, Nelson Mandela University Library and Information Services. I'm the Event Program Director of the day. On behalf of the portfolio led by the DVC, Research, Innovation, and Internationalization, Dr. Thandi Mgwebi, and also on behalf of the Research Week Organizing Committee, we extend our appreciation for your presence today. We welcome you all and acknowledge the first executive management of Nelson Mandela University, led by Professor Sibongile Mutwa, our Vice Chancellor and Principal of Nelson Mandela University. We acknowledge the Deputy Vice Chancellors. We acknowledge the Registrar of Mandela University and all the Executive Deans of the extended and all the extended MENCO members. We further welcome all the Mandela University academics, emerging and established researchers, the administration staff, all students, and all our Mandela University partners. We welcome our distinguished speakers for the day. And our speakers are coming from different parts of the country and abroad. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, let me just say, all protocol observed. All right. I must say this research week has ignited fire in my belly. I have observed how the different sessions we had brought so much knowledge and awareness to me personally, and I believe to you all. This whole week has created appreciation of the vast, dynamic, and vibrant research culture we have at Nelson Mandela University. And I must say, I am proud to be associated with Mandela University. And I am also proud and honored to be associated with a portfolio of research, innovation, and internalization, led by Dr. Thandi Mgwebi. As we conclude this year's research week, we would like to highlight and showcase how the Library and Information Services is fostering and supporting Nelson Mandela University's vibrant research culture. And Dr. Thandi Mgwebi, I remember you saying to us, we are creating a new culture. It needs to be vibrant. Yes, yes. But this can only be achieved by and with proactive partnership and collaboration between Mandela libraries, Mandela researchers, the academia, and the local and international partners for mutual growth. This vibrant culture, it cannot happen in isolation. We need to collaborate, we need to proactively partner in order for us to achieve this culture. Mandela libraries are changing gear. And colleagues, brace yourselves. It's gonna be a ride. Yes, you can hold me into that. Mandela libraries, we are changing gears. I'm gonna quote a few authors, Bement and Rifkin. They put forward that ICT underpins the changes in the higher educational sector. And they say ICT also continues to drive massive changes in transforming university education and libraries, for that matter. And libraries, they need to break the physical barriers. We are not just a structure. Libraries are not a structure. Libraries are everywhere, 24/7. Again, Tapscott and Williams, they further state that a modern university library is not just a collection of books and attractive reading rooms, but it encompasses other expectations such as providing access to information, being a place for social engagement, collaboration, learning, and skills development. The future acknowledges the demands and learning habits of users, that is, our students. Our students have also been rapidly changing. Today's higher education students are technology literate. But they are time poor, but also they have high expectations of immediate access to information when they want it and anywhere they are. This signifies the need for libraries to alter their approach to managing libraries so that we can address the different user needs. Thomas again says, research strength is one of the main metrics by which universities are measured. The universities usually have a keen interest in improving their research output. In the 21st century, the merging of information and communication technologies with traditional research practices has created a new movement. And this new movement is called e-research. E-research, what is e-research? Thomas defines e-research as activities that use a spectrum of advanced ICT and that embrace new research methodologies, emerging from increasing access to advanced networks, services, and tools. It is with this reason that Mandela libraries are pleased to announce for the first time the imminent launch of scholarly communication services. This service will be a service that creates a proactive partnership with Mandela faculties and researchers by supporting the process and system where research and other academic writings are created. where they are evaluated, disseminated, and preserved for future use. Therefore, Mandela libraries will provide researchers with targeted services, thus ensuring the orderly conduct of research activities. I thank you all for taking the time to join us today, whether in person or virtually. Thank you so much. Okay, all right. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the first speaker. Okay. Let's please give a warm welcome to our first speaker, Mr. Jason Owen. Mr. Jason Owen will be facilitating a workshop on future literacy. Let me just say a little bit of what they can expect. Mr. Jason is managing the Future Africa Literacy, Future Africa Literacy Incubator, that's the one, yeah, which is a new center dedicated to the following dynamic societal matters: understanding how the future plays a role in driving innovation and embracing complexities, designing processes that use collective intelligence to create knowledge and make sense of complex emergent realities. I'm still in it, Jason. So the incubator is a collaborative partnership platform bringing together a diverse range of academics and practitioners that engage in capacity development and research that advances the knowledge, theory, and practice of anticipated systems and processes. I think let me stop there, Jason. Welcome, welcome. Let's give Jason a warm.
Thank you so much, Norma. Yeah, Aish, that's a mouthful. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Owen, and I'm from Future Africa, as Norma said. I manage something called the Futures Literacy Incubator. And what we're going to do today is a very, very short introduction to a collective intelligence process called the Futures Literacy Laboratory. So it is very participatory. It's involves all of you participating. So I'll put you in very small groups. You'll work with the person next to you. And if you have a little piece of paper, a pen, just to jot down some notes. People are smiling already. It's Friday. So this will be a very participatory session, so I hope you feel comfortable with that. Okay, so I'm going to get straight into it because we don't have a lot of time. And then at the end of the presentation, I'll give you a little bit more on the conceptual and theoretical framework behind the research behind what is futures literacy and what is this laboratory that we've just done. Okay, so we're going to start with something called the Pollack game. So Pollack was a futurist who developed this heuristic to get people to think about how they think about the future, and that's what we're going to be doing today. So what I want you to do is to look at this axis. So this is a dimension, and on the upper extreme, we have, I am positive about the future, okay? I feel good about the future when I think about the future. On the lower extreme, we have, I'm negative about the future. I really am not, I feel uncertain, I feel anxious, I'm not happy. So what I want you to do is take a couple of seconds and think about your own way that you think about the future and where you fit on that axis. Okay? Everyone done? Okay. Okay, so think about your agency, right? Do you have influence on the future? So do your actions have influence on the future? Okay, so on the extreme left, I have no influence on the future. Things just happen. It's not in my control. It's in the control of the universe. On the right-hand extreme, my actions do influence the future. What I do now has a direct impact on what happens in the future. Okay, so just take a second to think, where do you personally place yourself on this axis? Okay, everyone good? Okay, so now we have a Cartesian space. Can we just check if that's working? There we go. What happened to the slides? Ah, there we go. Okay, so what I want to do is look for a volunteer or some volunteers. So is anyone willing to tell me where in this space they see themselves? Do we have a roving mic? Yeah, thank you. There's the lady in the second row.
Good morning, everyone.
And sorry, if you could also give your name and what your organizational affiliation as well. Thank you.
Good morning once again, everyone. I'm Tenji, working for the NNMU Library. And I think that's all that I can say at the moment. About me, I'm sure everyone who works with me know where I'm standing. I'm someone who's positive about the future. I'm always anticipating what's going to happen next. I don't dwell on I don't deal with negative feelings about the future. And I'm sure they also have the second answer, where I'm standing in terms of my influence, my actions influence on the future. I'm one person that always drives people to think ahead of what the ahead of the future, what they are expecting in future and things like that.
Thank you very much. So in the upper right corner there.
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Anyone else want to volunteer? Yeah? Okay, the lady there and then.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Babalo Malete. I'm from the psychology department. I find myself towards the fourth quadrant, where I am positive that my actions do have an influence toward the future, but I'm very negative about the future as well.
Okay, great, thank you. Can we get someone else? There's a hand here.
Hello everyone, my name is Bongseni and I work for the NMU Libraries. I believe that my action influence the future, but at the same time, I'm not negative and I'm not positive about the future. I'm kind of in the middle. Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Do we have anyone in the bottom quadrant, in the maybe more negative and less influence on the future? Okay. Anyone in the upper left quadrant? No? Okay. We're all positive, have influence. Okay, let's get a couple more volunteers and then we'll move on. Anyone else want to volunteer? No? Tandy, can I? Yeah. We have to participate. There's a mic coming. Well, where do you fit on
Well,
this?
I think I'm quite positive, and
Okay.
I do believe that I'm in the top quadrant.
Okay.
I may not be at the top, like right top of each of those, because yes, my actions influence on the future, but we need collective action to make it happen. So if that was 0 to 10, I would put it at 8, giving room for collective influence. Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you. And then we had one gentleman in the third row there, and then we can move on.
Morning, my name is Siren in economics, and yes, as of now, if it was like maybe 30 minutes ago or earlier, it was going to be different, but as of now, if you ask me again 30 minutes from now, it might be different. So, so just as of now,
yes,
I'm just like slightly in that top right quadrant, just like a little bit. But it depends now. It's just as of now.
Okay.
As of now.
No, thank you. Yes, and that's an important aspect of thinking about the future, is that the time of day, the weather, all sorts of things influence whether we feel positive or negative, whether we feel we have influence or no influence. So this exercise is just to get you to think about how you think about the future. It's to begin the process of the laboratory. The way we think about the future is influenced by many things, not just the frameworks that are in our minds, the socio-cultural context with which we approach life, but things like, whether it's morning or afternoon, whether it's Friday or Monday, whether it's December or January. And that influences the way we perceive our choices in the present and the actions that we take. So thank you. That's the first step of the Futures Laboratory. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to work with the person next to you in groups of 2. If you're an odd number, maybe you can do groups of 3. And what we're going to do is we're going to imagine the future. And we're talking about probable futures. So yeah, just group yourselves and meet and greet your group member. So is everyone in a group? Okay. So let me give you the instructions for this exercise. Okay. So what we're going to do is, can everyone close their eyes? Okay, everyone has closed their eyes. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes. We're in 2053. So you've stepped into a time machine and you've woken up in 2053. And what I want you to do is imagine the world in 2053 in terms of knowledge dissemination, okay? So you wake up 30 years from now, and I want you to describe a day in the life. So if you are a librarian, if you are a researcher, if you are a funder, if you're a student, you wake up, you go to work, you go to class. How do you access knowledge? If you are a researcher, how do you think about disseminating your work to other researchers, to non-academic actors, to your mother, your father, your granny, your uncle, who doesn't believe in science? So it's a snapshot. It's not a movie. You don't need to describe what this world is, how you got there, why it is what it is. It's just a few quick bullet points about you're in 2053, you're in this space, you're trying to disseminate knowledge or you're trying to access knowledge. How does it work? So I want you to take 2 or 3 minutes to think through this. And we're thinking about what is likely to happen. What do you think is probably going to happen? Jot down a couple of bullet points, share them with your partner, and then we'll do a round of plenary. So please, go ahead. you've got another couple of minutes, so just wrap up your thoughts. Another couple of minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're just going to go around and if you can share a couple of your bullets with everyone. Any volunteers? No? Are you comfortable sharing your, yeah? Okay, can we get a microphone over here? One over here.
Hi there, my name is Michelle Coates. I'm actually a librarian at Varsity College. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. It's great to be here. So we were chatting and we came up with a number of possible futures. And yeah, if it was 30 years from now, I would be retired. So I'd probably be a little bit resistant to technology at that point. But it's an exciting time. And you might even have little implants in your head that you think of something and then it goes and researches it for you. And yeah, so I think we'd be very, very connected with everything. And there'd be a lot of AI around, I'm sure, a lot of automatic processes happening. But yeah, hopefully still have the human connection side of things because yeah, we don't want robots to take over. Anything you want to add that I've missed? Okay, all good. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think the AI discussion and the tech discussion is one that we see a lot in the laboratories that we run. And it's again, temporal. It's ChatGPT exploded in the last few months. So you can have, we ran a laboratory on the future of trust. We were talking about anti-corruption with students at UJ, and all of them were talking about AI. So there are these trends, these cycles of information and news that can really drive the way that we think about the future. And technology tools is one of the things that we sometimes pin hopes and fears on. And of course, they do drive change, but it's always important to to understand how we are thinking about these things and to sort of deconstruct a little bit as well. Okay, if you could, the lady in the red, this way, just here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Bonga Makwete. I'm working for the Library Services, NMU. By 2053, I would have long retired. It's quite an interesting 30 years that one can imagine. What we chatted on with my partner is in 30 years to go, it's services that we would be rendering at our respective areas will be faster and quicker. Probably what we see is this whole of question of, like, in some cases we'll not really be looking into this brick and mortar kind of, you have to go into a physical library in order to get the service that you need. So hence Michelle mentioned it's like information, access to information will be 24/7. So things will be going quite on virtual. And there's a whole lot of like debate around artificial intelligence and robotics, and one is looking into where would this human part be? And I think that's what actually is coming in these conversations about AI and robotics. Looks like everything is going to be automated, and exactly what is it that we or human beings will be doing? But with that in mind, I think we also get so overwhelmed to think that the machinery is going to completely replace the human beings. Rather, on the one hand, we have to embrace that even if that robot will be able to sanitize the bookshelves, but at the same time, there are some functionalities, for example, like collecting the materials that are sitting on the desk, that still needs to be a human responsibility. So we need to embrace a balance between the two. And I think that opens up our thinking around changing roles and responsibilities going forward. I was used to doing like this, do my shelves, do this and that. And then I should understand that now the machines can be able to do that. So it's less into what I was originally doing and additional, which tells one that this future is about change, which is inevitable and which we should also embrace. And I think the last one I want to say, Jason, is the question of like they call it explainability. I think I heard that term during this research week. I think as long as when we're trying to connect or to emphasize the way forward about artificial intelligence and robotics, the more we communicate, so that the world does not get fear, allay the fears by explaining this machine or these tools are not here to completely destroy the role of a human being. And thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a hand here just to maybe make a couple of comments. Yeah, I mean, obviously change is, it's part of the universe. It's constantly changing, destroying, creating. Our bodies change every millisecond, the cells in our bodies. You know, as human beings, as social institutions, we try to plan in a way that avoids change or avoids uncertainty. It's an enemy of planning. So it is a source of anxiety. And you know, as I was saying, we pin our hopes, our fears on these technologies because that's the way we imagine change, or the thing that we fear. And it's there have been many different cycles of fear. If you look back, Riel Miller, who's the professor who developed the Futures Laboratory, or he often talks about the atomic bomb. And when he was growing up, the atomic bomb was the great existential crisis. And everyone was worried about the atomic bomb. And if you ran a laboratory back then, people would just be talking about this bomb, the bomb, the bomb. And now it's people are talking about artificial intelligence. So we are in a continuous sort of crisis mode, and we prejudice the times that we are in. So it's interesting to always think about the way that we think about the future. So I think we had two group, one here and one there. We'll start here. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheila. I'm a librarian at NMU. So when I opened my eyes, when you said we should open our eyes, I just saw myself in a room that was full of screens. So I'm thinking with these AIs, there's going to be a few of human resources in libraries. And then luckily I'm one of those that will be there. So I've got a few points here that I discussed with my partner. So we were saying there won't be a lot of physical interactions. We will be giving knowledge to our users while they are wherever they are. So we will be going to their places, not physically, but through these machines. So a good thing is that there won't be any physical barriers, but then as a librarian, you should have certain specialized skills. Like if you are a law librarian, you should know about law, because in this case, you won't be interacting with your users physically. You know, that physical need you explain to that person. So a librarian should equip him or herself with these other disciplines, right? And another point that we couldn't agree with my partner is that I really feel like for now, the only thing that is a barrier to us is resources. We could be in 2053, but then I feel we lack resources. And she says, it's the mind. We need to change our minds. So in 2053, we will be having resources, and with the mind, we would need to change how we think, and with that, we can change a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think the remote work question is obviously something that people think about when you talk about the future. You know, whether we'll be at home, we can fly to work on a scooter, but yeah, it's. I think of an example that came up in another lab about the introduction of the telephone, and the fear that it caused, that people would no longer want to. This is, you know, way back. And people would no longer want to visit their grandmother or their grandfather because they could just call them. But in fact, the telephone has enabled greater connection and greater, you know, now you can you can speak to your loved ones much more frequently anywhere in the world, or anywhere in, you know, in your community, as it was at that time. So, yeah, I mean, obviously these are changes. When we talk about virtual work, and we have to think about how does connection in a workplace work in that situation. But it's just a different set of arrangements. Yes, one hand over there.
Good morning again. Okay, we also mentioned that in addition to what the other colleagues had said, there will be a lot of information overload. That means people will be getting a lot of information and end up being confused with that information, you know, because everything will be easy to transport that knowledge from one place to another. We also stated that the terms like digital divide will no longer exist, hopefully, because technology will be the norm of the day. You wake up with technology, you sleep with technology. So I think we will have that limited what countries without technology. And lastly, we said that in terms of open access, we are now advocating for open access. It will be really, really open to everyone. We were thinking of that in 2023. And then the other one was Tandy. We are worried that the academics, I think knowledge will be in their tablets, so which means students will be getting information wherever. So we are worried about the terms of universities and everything. It will be an exciting world though. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are good questions. How does the university change? Does it still exist in 2053? Okay, I think we are a little bit short of time, but maybe we can take one more. The gentleman in the back there. Oh, you have the mic already. Okay.
Don't ignore us. we have exciting things that other people missed, so it's very important. We think that it's going to be very exciting in 2053. Both of us thought people are going to be having microchips in their fingers, in their brains, that you can download information readily and you'll be able to select what type of information. You can even record your dreams. If you're like me, I dream a lot and then I forget the next day. Yeah. But we still believe there will be inequalities, so that already countries that are behind right now are far behind still, even then, because it's going to be difficult to catch up. And he made a good point that some people won't be accepting new technologies because of cultural nostalgia. And I made an example about books. I read a lot, but I like to have the book. I don't have a Kindle, so I'm behind. And then I mentioned about the library, how the library is going to be used and accessible. I know the librarians will probably know that kids are not going to the libraries these days, because it's boring and they can go to YouTube. So I thought that it would be good. There would be holograms in the library, and it will be the Nobel Prize winner telling you how they made their discovery, and it will be very engaging. The information you won't forget because it's going to be exciting. You're seeing the person. Museums are going to be very interactive. We're already seeing some museums that have very interactive virtual displays that you can engage with. That research papers, we'll be able to see the experimentation process. Right now, in terms of science communication, you're expected to do the graphical abstracts, but soon it will be videos and things. You need to make your research engaging, but also that we can see the process that you use. Instead of just writing, I use 10, whatever, you can actually see the person's video. And that medical information is going to be very accessible in terms of global databases. There are hospitals right now where you can have a computer in front of your bed, and the next doctor can just press a button and then they can see what has been done, what you were given. Maybe the nurse might not have a big job, but that information that would typically be lost on those paper things would be readily available and make healthcare better, and that a doctor anywhere in the world can treat you knowing your medical history. So information is going to be accessible and very wide. At schools, obviously, we're really trying to make science accessible and doable. Everyone who doesn't have a lab or microscope, all those things, they can do them virtually at the school. So that's what we think is happening.
Thank you.
That's why you needed to listen.
Yeah, I'm very happy. That was a good thing. I think we're a bit short on time, so let me move on. Sorry that everyone didn't get to participate. So typically these laboratories happen in, they take 1.5 days. So it's quite a long process. And there are many, this is just a short snippet into phase 1. So there are 3 phases in the laboratory, and I see that my time is running. So what I'm going to do now is just present a little bit about the kind of theoretical foundation of futures literacy, and what we do at the incubator. So we all use the future, right? So that's a bit of a funny term, using the future. It kind of doesn't, it's not good English. But all biological organisms use the future. A tree that sheds its leaf before winter is anticipating and reacting to changes in the environment. Our ecosystems have inbuilt anticipatory functions. Our bodies have anticipatory systems, our immune systems. Consciously, the way that human beings consciously engage with the future is through their imagination. And that is because the future doesn't exist except in our heads, right? I can't touch the future. I can't hold it, I can't feel it, I can't see it. Maybe if I'm a Sangoma, I can visualize the future, but for 99.99% of us, and I would argue that all of us in this room, the future is intangible except in our heads as our imagination. Which is why understanding why and how we use the future is so important. What are the reasons that we use the future? What are the methods that we use to imagine the future? And what's the impact of those imagined futures on the way that we perceive our choices today? And this is where futures literacy as a learned capability to better understand the diversity of human anticipation comes to the forefront. So the term literacy is quite deliberate. It's a capability. So we don't often think about how we think about the future. We don't interrogate the reasons, methods, and impact. So futures literacy is it's an approach to future studies. It's the study of anticipatory processes and systems. That's the mouthful that we had earlier. And the goal of futures literacy is to understand the frameworks that we use in our minds to think about the future, and also to build our capability to think about the future more effectively. So it's a capability. Okay, I'm going to go through these quite fast, but this is one of the ways that we think about the future in terms of planning. We have facts in the past, we have trends, and we then predict based on the trends in a very sort of deterministic manner, this is the future. You know, in reality, it's more complex. There are potentially multiple presents depending on your perspective, your understanding of the world. The facts in the past are disputed. What are the facts? What is history? History is just a story, right? Who's telling the story? Where does it come from? There are forgotten histories. There are myths. This is a slide courtesy of Geshe, Professor Karuri Sabina at WITS. We do a lot of work with her. How can we decolonize the future? So if we are thinking about the future in certain ways, and the ways that we think about the future are influenced by our social, cultural backgrounds, whose future are we thinking of? Are we thinking of our own future, a South African future? Are we thinking of an American future? Are we thinking of what kind of future are we thinking of? And the term WEIRD is an acronym that stands for Western Educated, Industrialized, Rich, and Democratic. So even though we are all Africans, the way that we are educated, the things that we learn, the values that we're taught or we're brought up with are often homogenized, and they're often Western. We are all educated in this room. We live in an industrialized society, and we think in these through these frames. So decolonizing the future is really about understanding what are the analytical frameworks that we use in our minds, and how can we develop diversity in the way that we think. There are many different epistemologies. There are many different ways of understanding the world, but there's a dominant epistemology that we use to think about the future. So here's an example of a way of thinking about the future. From 1951, it's a quote from the UN Department of Social and Economic Affairs, and it's to do with economic development. And it says, there is a sense in which rapid economic progress is impossible without painful adjustments. Ancient philosophies have to be scrapped. Old social institutions have to disintegrate. Bonds of caste, creed, and race have to burst, and large numbers of persons who cannot keep up with progress have to have their expectations of a comfortable life frustrated. Very few communities are willing to pay the full price of economic progress. So that was from 1951. And obviously that hasn't aged well. But this is a vision of the future. So this group of experts obviously came from a well-intentioned place, and we all come from a well-intentioned place, but it's, we often colonize the future. We take our values and the way that we think in the current moment, and we try to impose them on the future. So that is where futures literacy comes in, to think about different ways of seeing the future, different perspectives, and to open ourselves to complexity and emergence. That fits nicely into the idea of transdisciplinary knowledge production. So TD is, I think, born from a critique of normal science, and the idea, to my understanding, is that you should co-produce knowledge with, with people from society, with policymakers, with private sector, and they all come from different. They all have different ways of thinking, and it's not to prejudice one way of thinking over the other, but to sit in a space where there's equality of ideas, and to actually co-produce knowledge. So the future is actually a very powerful tool for knowledge production, because the first step really is to think about how you imagine the future and how the people that you're working with imagine the future. And often we don't talk about that. So just sitting in a room and saying, okay, it's 2053, what are you thinking? It's quite a powerful exercise, because people don't really ask that question very often. So it's I think it fits well with TD. No one owns the future, right? It's in our heads, it's imagined, but it's no one owns the future. It's an equalizer. So it's actually quite a nice. It's quite a nice way to engage people, and the reason that I put 2053 is to. Because often if you go forward 20 or 30 years, people open their minds. They're much more able to loosen some of the restrictions of how they think about the world. And so no one owns the future, so it's a good way to look at the present, if that makes sense. It's a good way to look at the present without all the things that are binding us in terms of how we think. Okay, so I'm going to go through these next slides quite quickly. I think I've just got about 5 minutes. So, futures literacy. sensing and making sense of the world. So futures literacy is building the capability to sense, to perceive change, to perceive novelty. If we think in one dimension, we have less chance of really understanding what is going on around us. So how do we sense the world around us, and how do we make sense of that world? This is from the book Le Petit Prince. So our values, our hopes, our fears shape and are shaped by our imagined fears. So why is futures literacy useful? It helps us to integrate the process of futures thinking into day-to-day functions. It helps us to cultivate an innovation mindset. And it helps us to integrate anticipatory systems thinking in current strategic priorities. So if we are able to imagine multiple different futures, and we're able to understand the reasons why we are imagining those futures, we can match the way that we think about the future to what we're trying to do in the present. And it allows us to act in ways that are more, it's a more robust way of thinking about the future. So what is a futures literacy laboratory? A futures literacy laboratory is a learning by doing collective intelligence process that involves getting participants to describe and imagine different kinds of futures in the context of a particular topic. So today we were talking about knowledge dissemination, but there are many aspects of publishing or open publishing that we could have talked about. We could have talked about recognition in research. Is it just an H index? Or what is the future of that? How are we going to recognize researchers in the future? And that is a very interesting discussion as well. Making the invisible visible. So this is a nice metaphor for the laboratory. So essentially, one of the main goals of the laboratory is to take the way that we think about the future, the assumptions that we bring, that we often don't articulate, or we have them in our minds, but we don't really expose them to daylight. So the laboratory is to put those under a microscope and really understand and verbalize what are the frames that people use to imagine the future that are usually socially constructed and invisible. Okay. So what does the incubator do? This is a murmuration. So it's a group of swallows flying around in a configuration. If you do a laboratory with us, we'll talk more about that. But essentially, what we do at the incubator is we understand how the future plays a role in driving innovation and embracing complexity. A murmuration is a complex structure that is not hierarchical, it's hierarchical. But it's very orderly. It's not chaos. And two, we design processes that use collective intelligence, like laboratories, to make sense of complex reality. Okay. Why Future Africa? So if you haven't been to Future Africa, I'm just inviting all of you right now. We are at the University of Pretoria, and we are a collaborative center. So the reason that it works really well with the incubator is that Future Africa is a collaborative space for initiatives that use science to tackle major problems facing the African continent and the wider global community. So we're constantly thinking about the future, because in research, we're thinking about how can our research impact the future of South Africa, how can it improve the lives of our communities. So that involves an implicit imagination of a future, a better future. So in the same way that I showed you that text from the UN in the 1950s, they were imagining a better future. And that was the justification for what they wrote and for the development work that they did. So that is why imagining the future is so critical in terms of understanding what it is that we are planning to do, what it is that we're going to do, what our goals are, and how we do what we do. So this is Future Africa. That's our beautiful auditorium and our campus, and we run master classes, Futures Literacy master classes. We run laboratories. There's our web page, futureafrica.science. You can search for Futures Literacy Incubator. If you need more information, you can attend training course that we run. We custom design laboratories as well. And we're building slowly a network of African futurists. So we have a LinkedIn group. So you're welcome to, if you search, I should have put the LinkedIn group up there, but if you search Future Africa, Futures Literacy, you should see it on LinkedIn, and then I can add you. But you can also feel free to contact me if you're interested in any of attending a course or running a lab in your course, in your library, in your department. Great, I think I'm done. Thank you very much.
No, not yet. No. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was very interesting. And I'm thinking a lot of things there. I'm thinking, Owen, whether maybe you consult with grade ones or grades, the young ones. They have these, wild future thoughts. I'm not sure if you guys work with those ages, or have you not thought about that? Yeah, students. Yes. Very interesting. But we will have a discussion after tea and engage with Owen further. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's tea time, is it? It's tea time, but I just want to just bring you up to speed on what to expect going forward. So around 3:30, we will have announcements, very exciting announcements. The 3-minute thesis competition that we were running, that will be facilitated by Dr. Latola. I'm very looking forward to that one because I had a favorite there. So I'm looking forward to that one. And also we have a postgraduate pitching competition that will be announced. The winner will be announced by Dr. Anati Njokweni. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a WWIS lucky draw. It's 2 of them, actually. 2 lucky draws today, so it's a lot. We will be expecting a lot. Also, we are going to get the key takeaways, key take-home messages from the portfolio of the DVC RII. So thank you so much. Let's have tea and come back at 10:30. Thank you so much. Thank you. right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry for the delay. We had some technical glitches. Okay. What I'm trying to do here is to just bring on the energy. Né? Again, it's Friday. No, it's been a week. Our research week, it's been amazing. I was telling the DVC that she started something massive at Mandela. Priscilla, Dr. Priscilla, do you agree? It's amazing. Really, I wish to see this concept grow to be bigger and bigger. Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, let me just remind you again. Let me remind you again that there's exciting things happening in the afternoon, right after lunch. Ne? So we will have a big announcement of the winners of the 3-minute thesis competition. That announcement will be done by Dr. Latola. Also, there will be a postgraduate pitching competition announcement, the winners of that, that will be done by Dr. Anat Njokweni. Well, we are really looking forward to that. Also, we have a WWIS lucky draw, 2 lucky draws. You know, 1 or 2 of you guys might be winning something special today. And also there's something, as we go along, small surprises for you guys. Remember, the library is here. I was saying to someone I met this morning that the library is here to serve all of you. The library is here to serve researchers, emerging, established, academics, faculties, students. We are all here, you know, for you, undergrads, you know. So, yeah. Also, we will have take-home messages from the portfolio management of the DVC RII, which is our Dr. Thandi Mugwebi. And Dr. Thandi Mugwebi also is going to give us closing remarks at the end. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me, you know, just to raise the energy in this room. Yeah, so our next speaker, I hope also you networked. Eh? I hope you networked with the different colleagues, you know. Okay, you must bring some kind of an agenda in these spaces. Please network, please network. All right. Okay, so our next speaker, so let me start with the theme of what we will talk about now. So we will focus on publishing support at Nelson Mandela University libraries. Again, publishing support. Okay, so our first speaker on the theme is Ms. Jill Klassen from the University of Cape Town. We will be connecting with Jill via Zoom. Ms. Jill Klassen has worked in academic libraries for over 20 years and is currently a section manager of scholarly communication and research at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. And she has been with UCT since 2014. Yeah. One of the sections she oversees is scholarly communication and publishing, which is responsible for implementing UCT's open access policy by making UCT's scholarship discoverable through the institutional repository, which is called Open UCT. As well, they are also responsible for implementing the library publishing service, which includes open access journals and open access monographs and textbooks. this publishing service has a social justice driven philosophy to not only disseminate African scholarship to everyone on the continent. So this African scholarship is to disseminate to everyone on the continent and the world. But also it also provides skills development to African universities to publish their open access scholarship on the continental platform. Jill is currently studying towards her PhD, which is focusing on developing an open access publishing model for the African continent. Yes. Welcome, Jill. Welcome. Over to you.
Morning, Norma, and morning, everyone. I feel Norma's energy, even though I'm not physically in the room. It's really wonderful to see you, Norma, and I think I saw Lindsay as well. Last year, I was with you in the room, and yes, the tangible energy and expectancy was visible. So I am going to be talking about an alternative model for open access publishing. It's really within the avenue of what Norma spoke about. And so I'm going to share my slides and hoping that you can all hear me. If you can't, I'm hoping that someone will let me know. But let me share my slides. Okay. A minute. Yeah, okay. You'll holler if you can't see the University of Cape Town's background with the title that says Advancing African Scholarship. If you can, that's awesome. So my presentation this morning is on advancing African scholarship through a continental publishing platform. And so as an introduction and as a backdrop, we know that the open access movement began 20 years ago with an ideal of exchanging global knowledge exchange. And that meant that there was the anticipation to exchange knowledge both from the global north and from the global south, so that the knowledge would be biodirectional. However, Nabionga, Orem, and other authors state that open access publishing did emerge as a solution to this access problem. However, the value of open access publishing, which is really the free facilitating of access and inclusion in the dissemination and use of scientific research, exists in tension with its financing model. And so these 4 African senior scholars were highlighting the plight of African researchers, that paying to publish open access was deliberately excluding access to and dissemination of research from the continent.
Hi, Jill.
The UNESCO, hey.
Hey. We can see your notes. No?
Okay. So let me, let me, can I close it and then
put it on display, no?
Let me do it. Noma, you wanna help me?
It's what?
Thanks so much for that. I really appreciate
Presentation
it.
mode, please. Slideshow.
Yeah, presentation mode.
Or slideshow.
It's not.
Slideshow.
Hey?
Slideshow.
Yeah, I know. I'm pressing slideshow. Let me stop sharing and then do it again.
Okay. Don't worry, Jill. We're waiting for you.
I'm perfectly fine. Let me just do this. I'm so glad you let me know. Otherwise, I would have. It's distracting. Let's see if it works.
Perfect.
Okay, so
It's perfect.
my other screen is showing. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it's my, okay, so I have a bit of an extended screen in my, let me just see how am I going to do this because I can see, okay. Okay, let me see if it works. Norma, you'll stop me again if it doesn't, right? Yes. Norma? Okay.
Yes,
I'm going to
I'll
continue.
let you know. I'll let you
Colleagues
know.
in the excellent.
Yeah,
excellent.
you can go.
I'll continue.
Yes.
I'll continue again. So as I had indicated about these four African scholars who had highlighted the plight of African researchers on the continent about wanting to publish their work open, but being impeded by cost. And so the UNESCO DG reported in the 2021 science report that 70% of publications continue to this day, continues to be inaccessible to researchers. And so the lack of access, specifically occurring within Africa, implies that participation to create knowledge has been stymied. To illustrate this point, in the same 2021 science report from Scopus, it indicated that 62.5% of publications emanate from the Americas and Europe, compared to 3.5% originating from our continent. So if the global knowledge system has been categorized into centers and peripheries with regards to the rate of publication and distribution of knowledge, it can be stated by and large that Africa as a continent finds itself on the very edge of the knowledge periphery and appears to be increasingly isolated from the center. Okay, so my one screen is, it's the same screen from your side, right? Yeah, I've split my screen, so yeah. So let me do this differently. Yeah, I'm gonna, if I click, if I do that, yes, perfect.
Yes.
So access to knowledge allows for participation and increasing knowledge production, as we know. And it is acknowledged that paying to publish is a barrier. However, another barrier on our continent is around acknowledging that there is a systemic unequal process within the publishing landscape. The author Knallman opined that solving the accessibility of knowledge through open access is a myth, as it does not democratize it. Rather, it embeds a dominant global north-driven landscape. An African biochemist illustrates this, Ambi. He illustrates this by saying that he experienced systemic publishing bias when he received 5 no responses, all in a row, when he tried to publish his empirical research, with no suggestions to improve it. Yet, Kaya Mackey states that, and I quote from her blog, researchers often find themselves getting rejections with no feedback. That's the way many journals work. But researchers in Africa believe that they face an additional hurdle, and that hurdle is the prejudice within the scientific community about the caliber of research from the continent. And Brunner puts it perfectly when he states that one of the ironies of open access is that you do grant authors around the world the ability to finally read the scientific literature that was completely closed off to them. But it ends up excluding them from publishing in those very same journals. So there is a call to action from all of us. Africa does need to find equitable solutions. The catch-all phrase that African solutions to African problems was coined by the eminent political economist George Ayiti and called for developing African ownership to solutions on the continent. Raju and other authors state that there is a desperate need for the democratization and denorthernization of the publishing landscape, a publishing process that promotes social justice and the inclusion of African researchers and African output into mainstream research processes. Thus, in Africa, there is a need to find the equitable solutions that will address these challenges, specifically on paying to publish for access. Raju and Badruddin recommend that diamond open access needs to be underpinned by social justice principles, as this model has the capacity to usher in equity and equal opportunity. And diamond open access, a definition, would be it's sharing scholarly content for free to the reader, and it allows the author to publish their research at no cost. Understanding social justice within the publishing ecosystem, though, is important. And so I'm going to explain it this way. It is acknowledging the existing inequalities, exclusions, and marginalization of researchers, but first needing to deconstruct the current unjust and unfair barriers. And thereafter, social justice highlights the need to recreate and construct alternate pathways to aid a fairer, more equitable, and a just publishing ecosystem. Thus, Diamond Open Access, which is driven by social justice, incorporates features of democratization of access to knowledge, which Nauman and Raju and other authors spoke about, such as equitable access, diversity and inclusivity, for an increased African research productivity. And plus, publisher Alison Muddett puts it well when she asserts that African researchers no longer need to be chosen between, and I quote, from a desire to strengthen local platforms and outlets that better serve local needs and feeling pulled apart to play the game, which have been set by the global north. So now I'm going to move on to an exemplar of an African publishing platform. So the Continental Platform can be seen as addressing the systemic inequalities to the scholarly workflows and ecosystem. It was developed as an alternative publishing model to address sharing and dissemination channels for African scholarship. This publishing platform contributes to disrupting the global north-driven scholarly processes to provide an alternate means to accelerate and advance Africa's research output. So it's important to understand that the Continental Platform has been developed around principles or values, and I'm going to highlight that because I think you can provide a better sketch or picture of how the platform operates. There is an important commitment to accelerating growth of African scholarship. The Continental Platform adheres to social justice principles. Because of cost, the Continental Platform is deeply committed to adopting diamond open access. There's a commitment to advance equitable access, inclusion, and diversity. And through making scholarship open access, there would be increased visibility and discoverability of Africa's scholarship. And very importantly, that academic rigor is not compromised. So there is a focus for the content that is on the Continental Platform to eventually be included in the Directory of Open Access journals And in South Africa, the journals that are included in the Directive of Open Access journals are accredited. And it means that the authors, the South African authors, would then be allocated DHET subsidy, which is great. So not only is the criteria of academic rigor focused on, not just around DOAJ, but also around Scopus. Thus, there's a critically important need for new titles that come onto the Continental platform, that it has to demonstrate academic rigor, veracity, and authenticity. And a result of this, of course, would be that African research voices would grow and expand, especially including the next generation of researchers. So the Continental platform operates infrastructurally, it operates on a tenant model where it is able to showcase individual African researchers' scholarship. So I'm going to try and explain the tenant model because I think it's easy if I use an everyday example. And the everyday example that I want to, oops, sorry, Norma, sorry, I put my camera down. So the everyday example that I want to use would be a block of flats, or, you know, it can also be called an apartment complex. So the Continental platform is one instance of the Open Journal Systems software and one instance of Open Monograph Press. And it operates in the form of a tenant model. Raju and Badruddin explains this by saying that the library took elements of the information technology definition of a multi-tenant model and applied social justice, inclusivity, and equity to make it fit to host African scholarship at one central point. And so the tenant model can be explained when we look at the apartment or flat complex and what occurs inside this complex. So the tenants would be, it represents African universities, and they would be responsible for the individual look and feel and branding of their own institution. The outside of the entire flat complex or apartment complex would be the infrastructure of the publishing platform. And that currently is taken care of by the University of Cape Town's IT department. And this infrastructure, the centralized infrastructure, consists of hosting, upgrading, backups, and removing the need for individualized IT skills. So when the upgrade for Open Journal System takes place, it takes place once for all the partner universities that are on the Continental platform. And there's no need for everyone to be reinventing the wheel. So the Continental platform's tenant model represents the ability for each institution to publish in the language that is relevant to their region, to disseminate research areas of interest that are locally relevant, and enhance the discoverability of African scholarly content by making it accessibly global. Currently, on the Continental platform, there are 4 other countries publishing African scholarship, and there are 3 institutions in Namibia with its National Department of Education publishing on the platform within the next month or so. There are 3 institutions in Zimbabwe, 1 in Cameroon, and 1 in Nigeria. And there have been a number of training sessions around collaboration of skills development with institutions from Ghana and Botswana, which guarantees more scholarship that will be discoverable in the near future. So I'm going to do a tiny deep dive by looking closer at the University of Namibia's journal. So I'm going to go live by clicking on this hyperlink and hope that it, okay, so it's not, Noma, tell me if you see Yunam. from this journal?
We see,
No?
we see the UNAMIA.
Just the screenshot?
The
Okay.
screenshot, yes.
Okay, so yeah, it's because I've split my screen. I'm hoping that those in the room that have a smartphone or a laptop, I'm hoping you can just type in the URL that you see rather than me trying to go to the browser. I'm going to talk to the screenshot, but I'm hoping that you can go live yourself and I will talk through this. So you'll note very importantly that the URL says journals.unam.edu.na. So it represents a journals from the University of Namibia, and it states that this university is in Namibia. And you'll see the tenant model spoke about the branding, the look and feel. This is the branding from this institution, the red with the yellow and white. And this institution currently, for those who are scrolling on the live page, you will note that it has 5 journals on it. And again, you will note that it has the branding from that institution. And so when you go into each journal, the URL of that, it changes slightly in that it reflects that journal's URL. And so there are other institutions on the Continental platform, which of course you can peruse at a later stage. Let me go to the next screen.
5 minutes, Jill.
So, yes.
5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm done. In conclusion, the Association of African Universities, which represents more than 400 universities across the continent, has showed that they endorse the platform by having a memorandum of understanding from 2022. So the intention is to have a in-person train the trainer workshops with 5 regions across the continent. And there are also plans, local plans currently for us to facilitate workshops with Mandela University's library to be able to support the scholarship that emanates from this institution, which is awesome. And so the Continental platform provides a distinctive scholarly publishing platform, and it should really be owned by researchers within African institutions. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Jill. That was awesome.
I can stop sharing, Noma?
Yes. But just hang in there, Jill.
Sure.
Don't run away.
Sure.
All right, so now we will allow Bubele and Michael to give a brief future vision towards open publishing at Mandela Libraries. Bubele? Yeah. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause, guys.
Thank you, Jill, for the insightful presentation. My name is Bubele. I'm a librarian, ERM librarian. I just, in terms of accessibility and multilingual support, I just want you to share to us, does the platform support multiple languages? And if so, how does it handle the multilingual content? And also, does it also maybe handles accessibility and inclusivity concerns like disabilities? Can you tell us more about that? Thank you. No, that's a question that I'm going to ask, but my colleague here, Michael, will tell us more why Nelson Mandela University is also trying to the future plans with the Continental platform, collaborating with UCT. Thank you.
Mike, can I first answer those questions, the two questions, and then you can go?
Yes, please.
Okay with it, Mike? Okay. So around multilingualism, it is an extremely important part of our continent that we showcase all scholarship, especially because we have a social justice underpinning, and we want to have local languages published for a local context so that it can be used locally. So I can only give two examples. One is it's a Sesotho drama book that was published by the University of Cape Town Libraries. And then on the Continental platform, there's a Cameroon journal that only publishes in French. So the importance of multilingualism, I can't stress, it aids inclusivity, it aids diversity, it aids equitable access. And we have to have more scholarship around languages that are spoken on our continent. So it is embraced. That's around multilingualism. When it comes to accessibility, again, I need to give a University of Cape Town Libraries example when it comes to its monographs and textbooks. There are formatting guidelines that we use, and we give it to all institutions who use the Continental platform. And it's the formatting guidelines that that ensure that that accessibility can be adhered to. So the ability to read aloud within a browser. So those who know, but technically in the room, it's around, when you open up a chapter from a monograph or textbook within Microsoft Edge, it will read the text back to you. That's one. The other, of course, is if we want to ensure that we make PDF, HTML, and EPUB available. And we know on the continent, smartphones are far more accessible than laptops. So HTML is there so they can look at the content on their phones, but PDFs are also there so it can be downloaded when there is a connectivity, when there is an internet connection, and then look at the content offline. So again, accessibility is something that is part of the social justice principles of inclusivity and diversity.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if we have time to take maybe one or two questions from the audience, if there is any.
Hi, I just wanted to chat a bit about the research prejudice and access to publication by African researchers. And I think, I'm really happy that you raised it, but I think it's something that we don't talk about a lot, and especially if we look at the trajectory for early career researchers and the kind of challenges in getting published and recognized, because as academics, the publication is everything, and where you publish is everything. One of the issues, of course, when researchers are submitting to these high-end journals, Victor left, but we were talking about it yesterday, that they will ask you to go get your article checked for language editing, things like that, even when it's not necessary. They often get rejected because the work that is done is unique to a specific area, so it's not attractive to the broader readership of the journal. So it means our unique knowledge will never get in the global space, and people will never engage with that kind of knowledge. So we still have this very big North focus in research and North dominance in research. And when people do decide to start up their own journals, which are many, some are publishing within their departments in universities, nobody cites that work. And nobody publishes in those local journals, so they will never, there's no citation indexes for them, they don't get impact factors. So that means that we are not even developing our own research economy, if I can say that, because our researchers are always trying to publish in that impactor 4+. Mpo told me her host was, you know, they need to submit, and they only submit in journals that have impact factor 4 and above. And if you even look at the South African Journal of Science, it's just above 1, just above 1. So we are all going for those big international journals and we fight to get into them, but we're not developing our own local journals and publishing in them so that they can get to the status where they have those. And so I guess my question for you is, in this platform, how are you gonna ensure, especially for early career researchers, to make it a space where they can go with their research? Yeah.
I love all the different nuances around what your, your comments. It's so rich, and it really speaks to, in my view, the crux of what we need to look out for when it comes to next generation researchers. And of course, next generation researchers would already start from undergraduate level. So I'm going to talk about a few things. One is that there are technical aspects around ensuring that research can be discovered, right? So there is the DOIs, which is a persistent identifier, and there's the ORCID. So ORCID integrates very, very nicely with the Continental platform, and if there's DOIs associated to it, it then makes it further discovered. So I'm going to give an example, and again, I have to use the University of Cape Town because we do have 25 open access monographs and textbooks. We have 6 or 7 now open access journals. I'm going to take one textbook that is a very local textbook. I'm actually going to take 2. The one I'm going to use, the Sesotho drama book. I spoke about it. It's the first drama book where high schoolers they are able to read read in their mother tongue. So when we look at this, the downloads, we see that the drama book is not only downloaded in South Africa. We thought, okay, maybe just in South Africa. It's actually downloaded across many other different countries of the world. And somehow it was downloaded in Japan and India. Okay, so that's how a Sesotho monograph, everything of this drama book is in Sesotho, except I think there's a dual language in the abstract. Everything else is Sesotho. That's A. B, I'm going to use a textbook of the constitutional law textbook. Those of you who have heard Dr. Reggie Raju either speak or have read his work, you know that he uses this example a lot. But it's an extremely important one where a local knowledge production is focused on, because constitutional law in South Africa is important. It's very text heavy and students fail it all the time. So that's one of the reasons the textbook was created. That textbook, since it has been published, I think it's more than 2 years now, it has more than 150,000 downloads from across the world. It has been downloaded in more than 154 countries outside South Africa. So even though it's on our constitutional law, it is used elsewhere. And we have noted that when it comes to the downloads, it happens very much during the examination periods. So there's evidence that this textbook is being accessed, discovered, and it's visible. And in so doing, we can know that it is being cited. We did a bit of a deep dive even further around impact of this textbook. And we looked at who are the students, specifically the NSFAS students who are using this textbook. And we have noted, if we took of the number of students who passed before the textbook was published, compared to the number of students who used the textbook after it had been published, we were able to see more than 20% increase in pass rate. So we have to be very clear why we create knowledge. Most important, if we create the knowledge, it has to be accessible and it has to be disseminated. And by doing that, we then allow it then to be cited, to be used by others, and then we can make the impact that we really want. And the impact at times could even be our local communities when it comes to multilingualism.
Thank you so much, Jill, for your response. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure everyone will be asking themselves, why did the library choose this platform out of many other platforms out there? Our goal as a library, okay, first and foremost, things have changed. The way we do things now is different from the way we do things before. The library is working towards the digital platform or the digital library. We normally call it hybrid library. Our main goal is to bring information to everyone. So we believe that this platform meets our needs as a library and our vision as a library going forward. So we believe that this platform is cost effective, meaning that it's an open source. It doesn't, rather it's free to use to any other users or end users, and also is customized. You can customize it according to your needs, or rather according to the institutional needs. And also it's easy to access, meaning that anyone, you don't have to be a tech savvy or an expert, anyone can retrieve information from it. And also it promotes peer review. And like my colleague did ask about multilingual, it's something that they are working on, and I believe in future there will be more languages. And also it's easy to discover, meaning that all our research outputs will be available in one single search. You can find it on Google, you can find it on other searching platforms. So that's why as a library, or rather as a team, we decided this will be the best platform to represent our future values and plans. So I think in a nutshell, that's all we had to present about this platform.
Jill, thank you so much again. I'm not sure if you're gonna stick around.
My hard drive of my laptop crashed in the early hours of the morning, so I need to go to our central IT to get that sorted out, if that's fine with you.
No, that's fine. That's fine, Jill. Thank you so much. We will talk, hey? We will talk. There's a massive project that's waiting for us. Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, we look forward to it.
Thank you to Reggie. Thank you to Reggie for allowing us to engage with you. Thank you. Sure. Send my regards to him as well.
I will. I will, Noma. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay, bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. Let's move. Timekeeper, how are we doing? Very bad. Ooh, and I was given strict instructions today to keep the time. And Dr. Mensa is looking at me like, all right. Okay, our next speaker is Miss Rafika Abrahams. Rafika is a senior librarian in electronic resources management at Mandela Libraries. She has been with the library for 15 years as an administrative assistant, financial officer, acquisitions, librarian, senior acquisitions. Rafika, you've done it all. You've done it all. All right. And now she's a senior electronic resources management librarian, someone you all need to know. Take a screenshot, please save that. Where is your number? Where is your email address? We need it for everyone here. She's the go-to lady when it comes to access to the electronic resources. All electronic resources. She's the guru of transformative agreements. I'm looking at Prof there. I know some of you have consulted Rafika a lot. I need you to come in numbers in the library. Yes, let's welcome Rafika. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know about the guru, but yeah, I am the senior librarian in information resources, and I'm also the person that signed the license agreements. So we heard from a previous speaker about all about the OJS, which is the Open Journal Publishing, but let me bring it closer to home, to Mandela Libraries. So today will be all about the Mandela Libraries and the librarians, and how we committed to making sure that the emerging researchers and the established researchers is focused on, and we make sure that the research output is out there. If I can go back about 2 years ago, I also started this journey. And while waiting for the proposal to be accepted, I asked a few colleagues and a few friends, what am I to expect on this journey? And what I got out of it, or what spoke loud to me, was the fact that it's frustrating. It's a very lonely journey. And also, sometimes it's very difficult to find stuff, and you do not have the assistance that is needed to make the journey less painful, less anxious, less frustration. But let me tell you, it's going to stop soon. We will be here to do that. Okay, so if I go to my first slide. Okay, you got it. Okay, so we heard from a previous speaker that open access has been with us for the last 20 years. But we only, at Nelson Mandela, we only signed our first transformative agreement about 3 years ago. At the time, I think it was the start of COVID, and we were all working remotely. And these agreements were done on a very national level. We were not part of it. And it was done through SANLIC, which is the South African National Consortium for Library Information Services. And when we renewed our subscription, we got this document attached to it. Now, being remotely, not having really all the tools, not having all the knowledge because you were never part of it, it was a very difficult decision to make in isolation. And what drove me to sign these licenses, it is for the greater good. And who's going to actually benefit from it in the end of the day, and why are we here as librarians? And we signed our first 2 agreements, the one with Cambridge University Press, and then the one with Oxford University Press. We're now standing with 11 agreements. And we're standing with 9 agreements, and there's actually 11 agreements that has been negotiated upon. The 2 agreements what we don't have is because we don't have the subscription for it. And then also the 9 agreements that we signed, it didn't cost us an extra cent in subscription fees. That is very, very phenomenal. So what is a transformational agreement is that what the publishers wanted to do is to support open access. But then again, how do they support it? So they combined it with the subscription. So when you have the subscription, they will add on and make it almost like a read and publish. So they actually added a component of publication. And some of the subscription journals, they have moved over to the open access or to hybrid. So there were still journals behind the paywall, but there were certain journals that you could choose from, that you can select in the open access or in full hybrid. And the benefit of that was then, because of the subscription being in place, it would then be you waiving your APCs or your article processing charges. That alone is then a benefit to the university, to the research office, and to the researcher, because we do know that APCs can be quite high. I look at, most of our databases are out of South Africa, so it's all international. So what I'm saying is your APCs is actually in that currency. So you're looking at $3,000, you're looking at up until, if in rand value, about 30,000 rand to 40,000 rand, depending where you're publishing. So having said that, we have made a little document together to help the researcher to go through this list of publications. It's not as what we want to do. I think my next colleague will tell you about the LibGuides that we're having. So it will be in a form of a LibGuide, because each publisher was negotiated on a one-on-one basis, and each one came to the table with a unique model, right? So if you look at it, if you want to publish in Springer Nature, Springer Nature has got a specific model. They have a specific conditions. They will say to you in a sense that you can publish here, however, we will only give you gold open access of 15% discounted. Where someone else will say gold hybrid, APC is waived. The other exception is that some of the models are capped. It's capped within the consortia. The consortia consists of 26 academic universities and about 6 national research, I'll say, councils, right? So the benefit of going and negotiating in SANLIC is that it has the buying power. So it actually negotiates with the consortia, with all those members in it, right? So they cap an amount and they say, okay, we can give you the open access, however, we will cap it at, let's say, 900 journals, okay? You come in 900 journals, we are 26 universities, and you want to now benefit from the APC. So you, an emerging researcher, you're going to do your PhD, you're going to have to do some article submission. But if you come in late, and we have reached the threshold of 900, you got 2 options. You can opt to submit and pay the APC, or you delay it, and because we have a 3-year deal, you submit it early next year, and then you are part of the 900, okay? So that's how it basically works. I'm not sure if I'm going to just quickly show you. I have a few minutes left, I think. So what I've done is, if you require this document, please shout, because we share it with everybody. The faculty librarians also, they all have this, and it will be on our website as well. So we've put this document together with all our agreements. So if you want to know, if you publish an Emerald, and you want to know what is the condition or the business model, you can just go and click here. It's give you a summarized advice. You can see it has grew to 165 for 2024 for next year. At the moment, we're in 140. So what it will do is, if you come in 141, you are outside the capped amount. Okay? So, yeah. Can I not go there? Not that one. It is on the, it's a not document that's live on it. There's a PDF document here. It went open when I touched here. Okay, you're going to do it? It opens. It's okay. I can work from here. You can't see. Okay. Wow, technology. Thanks. Okay, so if I look at Emerald, in 2022, they have a capped amount of 160 journals. In 2023, this year, it's 140. And in 2024, it's 165. So it comes on a first come, first serve basis. So what I'm saying is that is their model, okay? So if you go and you click on this link is, so it will open up, yep. So if you're gonna go publish in the Advances in Autism, it's hybrid. It's included in the read and publish agreement. And yes, it does have the APA attached to it, okay? So all 9 licenses are here. All 9 is actually telling you whether it's in the agreement or out of the agreement, okay? However, if I can go, yeah, no, I just want to be here now. What is important is that each agreement is underpinned by a Creative Commons license. It is the publisher license that when you submit, it's important for you to choose the license that you want to have your work. Sorry about that. Okay, so coming back, all open access is underpinned by a Creative Commons license, right? And there are 6 different licenses to choose from. Some of you that have funders, the funder determines the license that you must choose, okay? However, when you have a choice, it is best to choose the license which is most suitable for your work and also how you want your work to be distributed and used by others, and which type of reuses you want to encourage and what do you want to prevent. Having said that, we encourage the CC BY, which is the very first one, if you look at the domain here. This is the kind of like the elements. There's 4 elements that you can use. And then you have your 6 different type of licenses. The open access license, when you want to have your work disseminated, distributed, people can build on your work, people can use your work and then do further studies on the work. That is when there's openness, right? So you use the CC BY for it. However, and also I want to just go through the benefits of going to the CC BY because that is what the Mandela Libraries actually wants you to do if you do decide to open access publishing, to use the CC BY language. Because with the CC BY, you can distribute the full text of the publication freely to students and to colleagues. You can copy a text of indexing and text mining purposes for commercial and non-commercial use. You can include the full text in publication into any repository or upload it in any academic social networks. You can combine parts of the work along with any other open licensed resources into a collection. You can translate that work into any language, and you can modify the tables and charts because of in your work. However, should you choose the non-disclosure one, you are actually giving your permissions away. Because remember, this license is the publisher license. It's not your license, right? So that means is you don't retain your work. You don't retain the rights to your work. If you want to use it for lecture notes, you have to ask the publisher. And you have to do it separately out of it, because once you chose a license, it's irrevocable. You can't go and change it again, okay? So to have that author retention rights, think carefully what you want to do with it, okay? So this is my message to you on this one. Okay, and now, doesn't want to move. Am I? We're going to the home straight now. Okay, so open access publishing is no different to your publishing that you're doing now. Okay, the only thing that is going to be in the workflow is that the library now has got to do an affiliation authorization to affiliate you to the library, to say you are part. And we use normally your domain at Mandela. Should you use a Gmail account or should you use a professional email address? Obviously, we will either ask the research office to confirm that you are current, you are with us now, or we will ask the researcher to give us a letter, which the research office normally give you, to give me a copy of it, and then we will do the affiliation, and then it goes through the normal route as any other submission, okay? You can choose between whether you want to go to gold open access, whether you want to do the hybrid journal access, or whether you want to do the green route. Normally the green route is the self-archiving, and your article is not always available immediately. And also it must be on the publisher, they have the policy, depending on what the policy states, okay? So, like I said earlier, if you go to hybrid means you can actually go behind a paywall or go open access, or you can be discounted. Okay, so why am I saying all these things? And what are we going to do about it with all the problems of frustration, anxiety, and loneliness? So we need to, just to bring it all back home, the services that we will then offer our researchers and our emerging researchers. We will be there to explain the workflow. Where are you in the workflow? What needs to be done? Or before you do the submission, we can take you through the workflow and tell you what needs to be done and where you will be and how will the publisher, the online, actually communicate with you. That workflow is very, very similar, or can see it's peer-reviewed. Even though your journal is open access, it doesn't mean it's predatory. It actually means that it goes through that rigor of peer reviewing, of selecting, and of accepting, okay? Also, we will ensure that you publish in the correct journal, because what we intend doing is, and to make it easier for the researchers, is to have it in subject form. Of our 9 agreements, I must say that we cover most of the disciplines that is actually offered at Nelson Mandela. So, and we're looking at access platforms that is on the NGOs that only do open publishing. However, they ask for a small fee or membership fee. I don't know if you know the names of Frontiers, MDPI. So we're looking at those ones as well. Okay, so also we must make sure that you are well informed about the decision that you make in the license agreement. And what's also good is that those missed opportunities, when you just submit, we can alert you to say, that journal that you actually chosen, you can resubmit through your open access channel. And those missed ones are normally the ones where people use it because it's the way they used to do things and not selecting the open access offer. As we were here, Jill speaking, that it's our duty to grow the African knowledge. Okay. I didn't want to show this slide yet, but if I still haven't convinced you that open access is the way to go. Last week's meeting, we were actually heard that 52% of our output is now globally available in open access. And not just the open access being available, but researchers' H-index actually grew. The visibility was there, the global access was there, and it's there, it's out there in the cloud. This here is a slide that I got recently. It shows you the APCs that was, let me put it in another way. The cost avoidance of the APCs. What we avoided for the first 6 months of from January till June 23, the cost avoidance is $65,000. If you convert that in rand, okay, so yesterday it was 1876, today it's 1901. So we're looking at an amount of between 1.4 to 1.6 million, 6 months. Now, as a researcher, you know what's the value of 1.6, right? So you can either repurpose your money. I don't say it's savings, because the library doesn't see the savings. But the library contribute to A, the visibility of research, and B, financially, your pocket. And yeah, that's it, my talk.
I told you guys, I told you the library is changing gears. Ne? Thank you so much, Rafika. I'm sure you will be a very busy lady from today. All right. Okay, so let's welcome our next speaker. Deidre. Come up, darling, come up. All right, guys, colleagues, let's welcome Deidre Gerber. Deidre is a senior information librarian at Nelson Mandela University Libraries with an impressive career spanning over 26 years. You're on 30 years this year. Wow, Deidre. She is supporting researchers, faculty members, and students in their pursuit of knowledge. Deidre, should I tell them your qualifications?
Yeah, you can, I don't mind.
Deidre has a bachelor honors degree of information and library science. Thank you, Deidre. Over to you.
All right. Little clip. Oh, there we are.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I am going to show you today all the tools that we have available and the services promoting the Nelson Mandela University Library to you. Okay, let me just see. Okay, we are going to touch on this, but this is just an overview. I'm going to scan it through, but the presentation will be available to you afterwards. And what is nice about this presentation, we made the links live. So whatever I am saying today, or if I forget to say something, you can always go back and check and click on the links, and it would take you to where you are supposed to go. So let's get the vibe, as Norma said, the importance of the library in supporting you as a researcher, in facilitating your research journey. We are going to focus on that. And Nelson Mandela University Library and all the librarians are here every step of your research journey. Right? So, as an overview, when you start with your research journey, you start with planning, and you always, it's very overwhelming. One don't always know where to start. So at the end of the day, as a researcher, you want to be visible. You want that impact factor. You want the best quality research output. How do you do that? You start with a library. Okay, so we are going to discuss this in more depth. Your first step, obviously, is planning. The very importance of the planning stage of your research. And we will be discussing a little bit, or I will show you SAGE research methods. I will highlight that. Your ORC ID, your systematic reviews, research data management, all the tools that is available to you, especially being more visible as a researcher. Okay, then the role of the librarians. Of course, to do all this, you need to find the relevant information. Finding your information or the correct scholarly, academic approved information. And for that, we've got various databases that you have access to that we pay for. Then we've got the various LibCal platforms now, so you can actually book appointments so that we can assist you the best way of putting your research out there that is relevant to you. And then, of course, we have now LibGuides. I will discuss it a little bit later, which is a platform of subject-specific guides that is created by the librarians to assist you on various research topics. Then your third step in your research journey is evaluating and citing your resources. Of course, we need to cite those academic resources. And this is easy marks for our postgraduate students. Please, people, we've got EndNote now, and we have a referencing LibGuide as well available to you. If you don't want to use our EndNote program, and you still want to do the manual way, you can use our reference LibGuide. But I will touch on EndNote just now, which is a free program to you as a researcher to assist you with that bibliography. And then as a publisher, when you are trying to publish those articles at various platforms, EndNote is just a press of the button away, and your faculty librarian can assist you with that. Then your next step in your research journey is publishing. I don't think I need to say too much about publishing since our previous speaker touched on transformative agreements. But if you still don't know where to publish and in which journal, we can assist you with journal impact factors and advise you and give you guidance regarding which journal is relevant to your specific research field or interest. And then we also have the accredited journal list of the DHET available on our library webpage, and we make sure that that is current every year. So currently we've got the 2023 available DHT list available to you. The next step is after you've done all this work, we need to preserve it and disseminate it. You need to keep your information available, and for that we've got the research data management platform at Nelson Mandela University called Figshare. We've got another speaker going to highlight that, but I will also touch on Figshare and promote it to you as a researcher, because it is a platform available freely to you
to keep your research or save your work. And then it allows you to also contact other researchers or make it available into the world, because currently, people, you want to be more visible, and Figshare is that platform, and the faculty librarians or any librarian at any of the branches will be able to assist you by setting up and saving your work on Figshare. Then we also have a digital commons platform, which we are affiliated with a SEALS platform, a SEALS consortium, and that is making available all those theses and dissertations that you work so hard on to make it available electronically. So then, of course, after all this work, we want money. And money is on the impact or fame. You want to be acknowledged as a well-known researcher or publisher in your field. So how do you measure that? We measure it by measuring your impact as an expert in your field. So we do that with various research tools, and the librarians can assist you with helping you finding your H-index or your author impact, your article impact, or your various altimetrics. So after I've done all of this, I'm going to just quickly show you where you can find all of this. So let's move back into planning for your research. So, as I indicated before, you need to do your research objectives, set your scope, and have valuable research questions available. And then with that, the roadmap, or your first step to have focused planning and research, is SAGE research methodology. That is your first step in your process. And then, of course, we are also promoting you as a researcher to please create ORCID IDs. By creating your ORCID ID, we have training on both of these platforms because you want to be visible as a researcher and you want to link your researcher profile to your work. That is the point of having an ORCID ID, just for those of you who don't know. Okay, so then where do we go? We start by booking an appointment from our library website. And booking an appointment, you can schedule a personalized consultation or an orientation session with your various faculty librarians on specific databases, on RDMs, on helping you to create your profile and be more visible. Okay? Just showcasing the faculty librarians, but not only the faculty librarians, any librarians should be able to give you expert guidance on helping you with your research output. And if we don't know, we will find out. Okay? Okay, then planning and support, which is very important. If you look at the research support tools that is on my screen at the moment, this is all tools that can enhance your research process, okay? As I mentioned to you earlier, LibGuides, and I'll show you in my next screen, is available. Everything of this is starting at the library website. Our LibGuide is a specific subject guide created to help you step by step. So if you are interested, for example, in insights or in a specific database or anything of your topic, there should be a LibGuide and you can go and see how to set it up. So after today, and you want to say, I want to do an ORCID ID, you go to the ORCID ID LibGuide and it will show you step by step how to create an ORCID ID for you. Then, of course, we are there to help you with your literature reviews. The purpose is helping you analyze your existing research, identifying the gaps in your studies. And then the latest buzzword is systematic reviews. We can all get lost in that and it can take you for a year. But fortunately for you, the librarians are there. And we are there to provide you with unbiased evidence and assist you with helping you finding the keywords in your specific topics, okay? So I know that's the latest buzz, and we have some experts that is actually quite good in creating systematic reviews. We've got an RDM LibGuide available at the moment. The purpose is to organize, store, preserve, and share your data. I've mentioned SAGE research methods. I don't think I need to repeat that. And then also we've touched on ORCID ID. Our next slide is just to show you the various LibGuides that we already have and that you can go and use afterwards, after today's session. Okay, now we've done all of that, so where do we find the information? We start at the library website. Okay, so I am not going to bore you now by telling you what is all of this, but I've made them live links. So whenever you start to look for information, go to the library website, and we've got the accredited journalists there, we've got the Google Scholar platforms, open access, the LibGuides, okay? So that is your go-to. So as I mentioned, you need to evaluate and cite your information. How do you do that? At the moment, the university is using the EndNote platform. But we also have a general reference guide that can assist you on just Harvard or APA or anything. The wonderful thing about EndNote is if you use it, we can assist you by training you how to do it. We can set it up. We can download it for you. What I like about EndNote, if I publish, and this publisher tells me you have to have it in the APA style, and I go and try it and publishing it at another journal, and they tell me, no, I want it in the Harvard style. You literally do it with a click of the button. It's a time saver, okay? And it eliminates the human error factor. Okay, so now we've done it. We are now in our citations. We are there. I need to start publishing and begin to share my information. Okay, so where do I publish? Where do I even start? So that is where you can go for guidance to your faculty librarians, as we indicated to you before, with an accredited journalist, and then the various publishing models, and we will show you recognized enhanced work that is credible for you to publish. Okay, open access publishing, I think our previous speaker touched on it with enough information. I included this slide for you if you use this presentation afterwards, that it will take you, if you click on the link, it will take you to what she indicated to you. Then preserving and dissemination your information. We have the Figshare platform, and you can download all your information on there. So whether you just have a file on your desk or whether you have a published article, please make use of the Figshare platform. Come to the library that we can download it for you or help you set up a Figshare platform. It is also lovely because you can then either publish your work, make it available worldwide or nationally, or keep it just for yourself. But it is a nice folder where you can have everything. The university is also currently encouraging the researchers to make use of our Figshare platform, and it makes you more available and more open to contact other researchers. Okay, then, as I said, the thesis and dissertation platform, which is a SEALS consortium that is available. But what is important, this is where I want to get to, is measuring your impact. And you can come to your faculty librarians and we can assist you by setting this up. I've made a specific slide apart for ORCID ID because we are pushing that. The value of having an ORCID ID, it helps you identify your research work, that you can get credit and visibility for it. It pulls everything together. That is why it's important. But ORCID ID is one of various researcher IDs. The advantages of having a researcher ID is the following, people. It is increasing your visibility and giving you greater recognition in your specific field. It enhances your impact, where it leads to more collaborations and citations for your work. Networking, of course, having these profiles, you can link up with other people in your field. Your metrics and analytics, of course, we can track you as an author, your H-index and your value that you add. And then, of course, the most important for me always is to see where can I get grants. Who can I work with internationally? Who's an expert in my field? That is the purpose of having a researcher ID and having these profiles, okay? And the librarians, of course, can help you set it up. Once you want to start publishing at the NRF, you need a H-index. We can find that for you as well. I've just highlighted now for the purpose of today. Melissa Badenhorst will elaborate more on Insights. Insight is currently the tool that we have as a platform to measure who's the highest output researcher in a specific field at the Nelson Mandela University. We also use this tool to see who can we network with at other institutions. I can measure your H-index, but yeah, so that is a nice tool to have. Then in conclusion, we have training and workshops. We advertise this on various social media platforms. And once again, book and register for the library training on our LibCal page at the library website. And then just in summary, this is what I basically spoke about now. It is tracking your research. In conclusion, you start with an idea and you want to impact at the end. Yes, we try and help you and offer you support with various resources, academic, of vital academic support in the research life cycle. So please make use of these facilities that's available. Yes, and hopefully after today you will be able to publish.
Thank you so much, Deidre. That was wonderful. Okay, so we have a surprise, ne? Ne? All right. Okay, we have 2 questions. We have 2 questions for 2 people. And we have prizes that we will give to the person who answers correctly. Just want to check if you were listening. Ne? So, Liolo, you're gonna, okay. All right, let's give it to Rafika to ask the 2 questions.
Thank you, Norma. Okay, so let's hear who actually listened to us speaking. So the first question is, give me one benefit why you would publish in open access. First hand up. Okay, the gentleman. I can't see with my specs.
Thank you. To eliminate copyright.
Yeah, okay. The next question, you have to listen very, very carefully. When you feel lost, frustrated, experiencing some anxiousness on your research journey, who do you call? Sorry.
The library.
The librarian.
Yeah. right. Thank you so much, guys. Technical people. Where will the world be without you guys? You are lifesavers. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Miss Daneshri Moodley from Elsevier Publishing Company. Let me say it again. From Elsevier Publishing Company. Daneshri will speak on Scopus author profiles. Okay, let me give you a brief bio of Daneshri. Daneshri is the Elsevier core products consultant, and she specializes in enhancing brand equity in sub-Saharan Africa. She has worked with the LexisNexis and Elsevier Group for 10 years in the sectors of legal, scientific, and medical. She works with research professionals and universities to enhance their research experience. Daneshri. You are a powerhouse there. This would be to improve efficiencies and upskill academics on using smart tools in research. She also specializes in capacity building on publishing research and improving research processes. Thank you so much. Over to you, Daneshri. Let's welcome you.
Thank you. Thanks for the warm welcome. As she introduced me, I'm Daneshri. I'm very pleased to be with you today and very privileged actually to be joining you in your research week. I do believe I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to try and make my presentation short and to the point. So how many of you use Scopus in this room? Okay, almost everyone. That's great. So today I was asked by Rafika and the library team to speak a little bit about the Scopus author profiles. And let's start with how Scopus author profiles come to be. So Scopus being the world's largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed literature, everything that you see on Scopus comes from the journals that's indexed in Scopus, and those journals are from 7,000 or more different publishers. So how does the author profile get created from that? Basically, all of the articles that's in the journal, if it's indexed in Scopus, has metadata, which contributes to a person's author profile. And why do people regard the Scopus author profiles with so much of importance? Is because of the fact that Scopus is this global database, and funders, ranking institutes, universities utilize it to evaluate researchers, academics, for various reasons, sometimes for promotion, sometimes for awarding funding, and sometimes just for actual awards at the university. So the reason why they use Scopus is because of, if you go one step back to that selection criteria that goes into the journals that's indexed in Scopus, those journals have to meet a selection criteria, minimum selection criteria, and pass a board review. Therefore, when an external organization wants to look at a researcher's output, they rely on Scopus. They do use other databases as well, but I'm here to speak about Scopus today. But of course, I'm giving you a background as to how this comes to be. So for you, how does this impact you in terms of your research journey? So I didn't get to watch all of the presentations today, but I kind of eavesdropped outside about a little bit about the H index was being spoken about. So you would know, if you're doing research, that the H index on Scopus is generally different from the H index that you see on other platforms. Now, authors are evaluated on the H index, which is a measure of an author's productivity in research. That metric has a lot of scrutiny, but it is currently the metric that's used to rank authors. So the Scopus H index, differing from other platforms, is because any publication that you have that is indexed on Scopus counts towards your H index. So in that way, if you think about it, an author could have 20 publications. If only 10 are indexed in Scopus, only 10 will be counted towards your H index. The other 10 publications, which you've published in journals that's not indexed in Scopus, do not count in your H index. The citations do not count under your author profile. It's only what is indexed in Scopus. Therefore, when you are making selection for journals to publish in, you can rely on the Scopus source list, which is the list of journals that's indexed. Because if you're publishing in those journals, then your article is going to be available on Scopus, and the citation information is going to be available, and it's going to impact your H index. Now, of course, in South Africa, we rely on the DHET list, and you should know that the Scopus source list is incorporated in the DHET list as well. So those are some of the things you want to consider when you're deciding where to publish. There's so many other considerations for authors as well when it comes to sources and where to publish, and so many things that you have to try and factor in and things that you have to avoid. So we always talk about this when we do author workshops and publication workshops at Elsevier, that there's two separate skill sets. There's research, and then there's publishing. And publishing is a different skill set. So there's a lot that needs to be taught, a lot that needs to be learned about simple choices in publishing that can make big changes in your profile, in your impact as a researcher. As Elsevier started this online webinars and things, when COVID began, we kind of really ramped that up. We found a need to do localized and customized webinars dealing with this particular topics, those that researchers requested for the most, things that we saw as gaps in research in South Africa that affects researchers, like the choices of the journals, the impact of topics, how to improve your Scopus author profile, your visibility. So we have 2 webinars per month as part of capacity building for South Africa. My colleague is going to present on the site later on, and he'll give you a QR code to how to get onto it. But you do have full access to the site. And seeing as I have only 20 minutes to discuss the author profiles, I thought it best that I do refer you to the Africa Researcher Success Portal. This is now the #1 result on Google for capacity building in South Africa. And you will see upcoming webinars, anything that you want to register for, resources and support, training for librarians and training for researchers. And those are academy trainings that are online with courses that you will get a certificate for on completion, as well as the recordings of all our prior webinars. So for the Scopus author profiles, if you go to resources and support, you will find a full training on the Scopus author profiles, how to update your profile, how to make sure all of your documents are indexed under your profile, how to improve your profile. You'll also get harnessing your Scopus author profile and updating your Scopus author profile. So there's 3 recordings on the site that you can watch at your own pace to kind of understand how to manage your own profile. A big challenge in this is that sometimes when people are getting ready to do their applications, they're all doing it at the same time, and then they contacting the librarian to help the librarian, well, to ask the librarian to edit their profiles. This can be very inundating because there's a lot of requests that come through at the same time. However, this is something you can definitely do on your own if you just watch this webinars that are available to you. I'm going to do a quick demonstration as well. So because the internet was a little bit slow, I already, when I had connection, pulled up an author profile for an author from the university. And I'd like to show you what's new on the Scopus author profiles. So immediately you can see a summary of the author's work. This particular author is affiliated to your university and has received 383 citations, has published 76 documents, and has an H index of 11. You have the opportunity to set an alert to this author if you are researching in the same topic and you find that this author's work is very relevant to you. You can set up an alert so that whenever the author publishes new research, you are notified about it. We also have a document and citation trends graph, which you can see the same for your own profile as well. Document output over time and citations gathered over time for the author. Then lower down, you also have the topics that the author contributes to. Now, when we do research, we want to choose a topic that is a well-cited topic, something that would be a trending topic or a hot topic. And in this way, if you're following this author, you'll be able to see the topics that the author's publishing in and the metrics of that topic. It'll tell you how well-cited the topic is. What's some of the challenges that we experience when we're doing literature, reading or discovering literature? Is that you might be getting a lot of results and very few of them are relevant to your research topic. So it takes a lot of time for you to find the right documents out of hundreds of thousands of results. But there's smarter ways to work with these tools. So for example, in this case, if you're following this author, this is someone that's publishing in your field. You'll be able to see the topics they publish in. If you click on the topic itself, you'll see representative documents in that particular topic. You'll see the top authors in the topic, so there will be other people that you can follow and evaluate their profiles, as well as a key phrase analysis. The most used phrases in this topic. These are some of the things you want to include in your article for search engine discoverability. Remember that publishing is now on the internet. So if you want your work to be visible, to be part of search results, you have to use specific keywords as well. So these are the things that can help you to look at what should I be including in my articles, so that when somebody is searching, they will get my article as one of the results. These are some of the improvements that we've done to the author profile. So in this way, these are the 76 documents that the authors published. Remember, on Scopus, you won't find the full text on Scopus, but if you go onto the article, it will give you a link to get to the full text. If it's open access, immediately you'll go straight through to the full text. But if it's a subscription article, then Scopus will give you the link, and if your university has a subscription to that particular journal, then you'll get access to the article. But it also will give you access to, if there's a preprint, you'll get to see the preprint, or if there's an accepted manuscript in a repository, you'll also be able to see that. So those are the actual documents that were published, which have been cited by these 374 documents, again, leading you to more relevant research results, because these documents that cited those ones are also probably publishing in the same field. If you're looking for collaborators or other authors to follow, you'll find it under the co-authors. And you will see the 19 topics that this author has published in, how many documents were published within that topic, and what's the field-weighted citation impact of the topic. Field-weighted citation impact is a metric that tells you how well cited this topic is when you compare it to documents of a similar nature. Anything above 1 means more cited than the global expectation. Anything below 1 means slightly less cited. So you see, learning things like little tips like this about metrics can help you to hone in on your topic. It helps you to decide whether you want to invest in the topic, how well cited it is, if it is something that's trending at the moment. But we always say that you need to use metrics with also qualitative aspects, so getting advice from your research supervisors and your peers in addition to using the actual metrics. If the author had any awarded grants, you will be able to see that here as well. It's good to know who the funder of the research is as well, so that would be available for you. This is a new feature, so it's slowly coming onto each of the author profiles. Some you'll find more than others. And the other two things that I want to demonstrate today is, if you didn't see this field before, on Scopus, you have a researcher discovery field. So in this way, we're also trying to highlight author profiles and highlight the author's work. So say, for example, I wanted to find authors that publish in HIV and South Africa. I'll be able to see some results. I just simply need to select South Africa. And you can see Professor Linda Gale Becker, who is a very prominent researcher in HIV research. And I'll be able to go onto her profile, and from there I can find related documents. So this is a different way of finding authors. Finding an author by a topic. Now you're on the author profile and you can evaluate the things that I have shown you for the previous author. Now this particular author has 13 awarded grants on Scopus, and you can see them here, and more information here. So that's, in a nutshell, all the different things you can see on Scopus, but I also want to show you something that will be coming next year on Scopus. Wonder if I can get back there. This is let me see if I do it this way. Right. So this is going to be a new feature that comes onto Scopus in January 2024. It's called Scopus AI. I'm sure in this conference this week you would have heard something or the other about AI. It's something very important in research these days. Scopus AI is going to be a way to do a summary of a topic, of all the available literature that's on Scopus, in an understandable way. So if you want to look up something and you want to just understand it, you can do a simple search and it will give you a result in natural language. So let's do an example. And I'll explain how this relates to the author profiles as well. If I'm looking at the impact of social media on teenagers in South Africa. In this example, it's just a topic you're thinking about, you want to learn some background, you want to look at some relevant references. As you can see, it will give you a summary of that, what's available on Scopus. So it tells you the impact of social media on teenagers in South Africa is a topic that has received limited research attention, already telling you that there is little results on this particular topic. It's a gap. However, some studies have shed light on the issue. It goes on to explain it in an understandable form, and it gives you the references that it's making reference to. So the actual articles that relate to this particular topic. So now I can see this particular article, Social Media and the Psychosocial Well-Being of Youth in the Amatole District Municipality. That's actually an article that matters in this topic. So it found that for me. And from there, I can go on to the author profiles as well here. and find more content. I can go to the next reference. Similarly, this is the next paper. And it also helps me to understand this topic deeper by giving me more questions that I should be asking about this topic and giving me better responses. The last thing on the Scopus author profiles is on Science Direct. So on Science Direct, we have also tried to make author profiles more visible. Science Direct, as you may have used this platform before, you will know that it is Elsevier's platform for hosting full-text articles and journal content. So normally you wouldn't be able to see this, but since this is a new feature, what you can see from Science Direct is, like if I just go back one step, remember Scopus is not specific to Elsevier, Science Direct is. So generally you will be seeing the articles published by Elsevier, but in this case, if there's an author on an article that you're reading, on Science Direct you'll be able to see the author profile and the other documents the author has published. So in the actual article. So you can begin to see now if you had published an article and you had other articles and someone was reading this, it's easier for them to find your other work. So it makes your profile more discoverable in research. I'll stop here and ask if you have any questions on anything that I've presented today or any comments even. I'd like to welcome that.
We will have a discussion after, later. No worries. Thank you so much. That was powerful. Okay, how are we doing with time? Timekeeper. Timekeeper? We are not good. You can sit there. It's fine. Are you gonna connect? Okay, so Musa is gonna help you. Okay, so you can go on. Thank you so much. Oh, yes. How are we doing with energy? Are you drinking water? Or coffee, tea? Huh? It's hot? Okay, so who's the AC guy in the house who can help us with, okay, you also need water. I saw Makwete reaching on. Melissa, you need water? You're good. Denishri, where's Denishri? You good with water? Are you fine? All right. Okay. So, our next speaker is Ms. Melissa Badenhorst. I'm butchering your surnames, guys. Bear with me, eh? I'm doing well, all right. Thanks. Melissa is the managing are we here? All right. Melissa is the managing director at Worldwide Information Services. She will speak on using quality, data-driven, objective analysis in research visibility and impact. Melissa obtained her honors degree in marketing management from the University of Pretoria, South Africa. After completing her studies, she went to London and worked at a global recruitment company called Hudson Global Resources. She worked there as a project coordinator. She returned to South Africa and worked in an agricultural marketing firm where she moved into advertising and did freelancing work for Worldwide Information Services as a sales and marketing consultant. In 2016, she joined the board of Worldwide Information Services as a sales and marketing director. Wow. Where she managed the internal and external sales and marketing activities. Today, Melissa is the managing director and she is responsible for directing the company's operations to make sure it achieves its objectives effectively and efficiently. Colleagues, let's give a warm welcome to Melissa.
Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. So we're just quickly trying to connect to the internet. If that doesn't work, I can hotspot. Okay. Just give us a bare minute and do your tea and your coffee and all of the things that were mentioned. Just give me a sec. So let's disconnect, cancel. No, wait, let me quickly, there we go. My phone. There we go. It's connected. So now we just need to project. Thank you. All right, let's get going. I'm not going to bore you with just presentation slides, I promise, but it's very important for you to pay attention to the few slides that I will be showing, because I'm going to go into a tool that you've got access to, a fascinating tool, and I always warn the people that start working on this tool, be careful, you'll end up playing the whole day, because you can look at a variety of indicators, you can look at collaborations, you can track your impact, you can look at your benchmarking, but it's a really great strategy tool as well as analysis tool to guide where you're going, either as a faculty member, as a research manager, research portfolio administrator. But nonetheless, before we jump into any tool, right, we need to understand the data that feeds into that tool, because else we're working with an empty shell. We need to know that the data and the indicators that we're looking at is of, let's say, quality nature, right? So today's challenges, well, I think you've been speaking about it, I'm sure, the whole week, is that there's increased funding competition. It's difficult in locating opportunities. More than 2 out of 3 of surveyed research office leaders say that finding research funding is their #1 challenge. Gaps in research support. Only 50% or 54% of researchers say they receive help from the institution to find funding. All right. Lack of evidence to inform decision. Less than 1 out of 3 of surveyed university leaders in the US are making effective use of data to inform decision making. So, in an increasingly competitive global landscape, we have to be able to benchmark ourselves. We have to look at our research. We need to understand where are we going. And whilst the university is trying their best to support you in every way possible, a lot of that responsibility falls on your shoulders as a researcher to make sure that where you publish, they can guide you, but you at the end of the day still need to submit your paper. We're talking about author profiles. We had the colleague previously presenting on Scopus and author profiles. We can advocate for author profiles as much as we want. If you don't do your ORCID update, it's futile. You have to do it. You really have to do it. And the reason being, there's only one person, you, that has been created. And you are responsible to make sure that your work is accurately identified. Why am I saying that? Well, you want to demonstrate successful outcome to funders. The institution wants to secure revenue. You want to quickly identify high-performing researchers. We can't do that if your work isn't identified, if you as a researcher is not identified. So no, I'm not advocating here for ORCID or giving a training session. I fully support the initiative because it feeds into so many tools. We see it in Web of Science, which you've got access to, which is a similar citation database that my colleague, the colleague from Elsevier presented on. Scopus you've got access to. You know, all of these initiatives are available to you, and they can really accurately inform, once again, if you make sure that your profiles are up to date. So when we assess our existing collaborations, you want to make sure that you identify the best partners. You also want to measure your progress towards open access. So later today, we've got a gentleman from Springer Nature that will be talking about the open access initiatives. And it's a constant moving target. We're all talking about it. We want to support it. We want to go with it. But you also want to make sure that you publish with the right publishers within open access and understanding that. The only way that you can do it is by looking at data and indicators that are based on quality information. And also, you may know this or you may not, the institution keeps a very close eye on where you publish because a lot of it is accredited and it means a big thing for the universities. So you want to make sure that you publish in the right publications as well. Not only does it impact the institution's funding situation, but it can also impact your own research visibility. So I'm going to jump into a tool, and while I'm jumping into the tool, there's a few things that I want you to remember. When we do statistical analysis, the quality data that feeds once again into the tool makes the difference. The tool that I'll be showing you uses Web of Science data. The Web of Science was the first citation database that was ever established by the late Dr. Eugene Garfield. I won't spend too much time on the history. If you're interested in history, you can reach out to me. I'll give you the history of the impact factor if anyone is interested in hearing about it. But nonetheless, so we refer to it as the Web of Science Core Collection. It was also the first accredited journal list on DHET back then when the policy came out to play. And the reason for it is because it's of its reputation, an unrivaled, consistent cover-to-cover indexing. So we're going to do analysis on data where we know that 100% of the authors of names and affiliations have been identified and indexed. We know that disambiguation, which means that for different names, we know UPE is now NMU. It used to be NMMU. So we want to make sure that when we find papers produced by a university, that all those papers are found right. Let's look at UJ. Let's look at Northwest University. Our country, variety as always, have got so many different universities with rich backgrounds. So you want to find those papers that are accurately presented from that university. So unification plays a big role. So all of this is important when we do statistical analysis, which is what Insights, which is the tool's name that I'll be showcasing today. All right, so using these indicators as a measure to drive research excellence is really supporting more than one process. It's looking at research integrity because you understand that the data used in the tool is rigorous creation of information. Unlike other publishing houses, Clarivate, who produces the tool, is not a publishing house. So their main aim is to index literature from around the world, and for the literature to be indexed, they had to reach a very high standard to be covered. They have proactively introduced something called the Emerging Sources Citation Index, which allows for the inclusion of emerging regions, which of course, alongside other emerging areas of research and countries, have had a really positive impact for us. We also want to look at research effectiveness, and then of course the reason why I'm here today is to talk about your research impact. You know, so when we talk about research impact, what am I saying? We hear about impact factors, and I get so many questions around the H index, and you know, what if the impact factor is 3, does it mean my impact is 3? We often run bibliometric sessions. I'm happy to do something for NMU. I'm not here to talk about all those indicators individually, but when we talk about research impact, it really is about what is our influence of the research we produce compared to the rest of the world. So that's what I will be talking about today. So some of the indicators that play a role is, of course, we hear citations, right? So references, citations, related research, the list goes on. But you want to make sure that you base your decisions on reliable citation indications. Collaborations play a big role. because collaborative partnerships can either be really fruitful or can be very costly. So you want to make sure, even if it's costly, it's fruitful. And the one way to determine that is to see what is my influence of my collaborations with specific countries or specific institutions, where should I be giving my grants, and the list goes on. We also need to be able to look at open access indicators, and we want to be able to evaluate on various subject areas. We don't just want to look at agricultural sciences. We don't only want to look at fisheries. We may want to look at something like, let's take chemistry, OLEDs, or maybe a level higher, semiconductor analysis. So there's so much that we can do within the space of research evaluation. So without further ado, I'm going to jump into the tool, and it takes a bit more than 20 minutes to give you everything. So I'm going to try my best to give you the gist of it. If you would like to know more, please do reach out to the library, and they will be able to arrange sessions, and we will work with you. Okay, so this is just to show what you actually do have access to. Okay, so I'm just going to jump to the right screen. No, it's not that one, sorry. Okay, so to access Insights, you should be able to see it underneath the resources page. Insights works slightly differently to some of the, Rafika, I'm using your password. Seeing that I'm at NMU. So just a bit about myself. You saw that you got the intro bit. I don't work for Clarivate, but I'm very proudly representing them today. So our access works slightly different. So we often have either our own username and passwords, which they reset very frequently. I'm sure a lot of the providers are used to having your passwords reset. So I often find myself not knowing what my password is because they've reset it yet again. So it's just easier to use the customer's login details where I'm visiting, but nonetheless. All right, so Insights, I was saying, oh, it's not showcasing. Sorry, can you just function, or do I do this? Sorry, guys, I'll be... There we go. Okay, that's perfect. There we go. Okay. So to access Insights, what I was saying is you can go to insights.clarivate.com. It's going to prompt you for a registration link or registration details. If you go and register, it doesn't mean you don't have access. They use a 2 authentication level. So you need to register. And the reason why you can register is you've got your unique saving capabilities that you can store on the dashboard. So if there is items that you frequently need to report on, you can create your own dashboard. Insights is updated monthly, where the Web of Science is updated daily. So you are able to just go into your dashboard, automatically report on the same things with the latest data. You don't have to recreate those results. Okay, so working with Insights is very easy. You can go to the question mark if you're a new user, which I assume many of you would be. So you can go to the Get Starting Guide, which will take you through a process. If you want to know a bit more about the reports that are available, you are able to go into the starter. It's like an onboarding onboarding course almost, that it takes you through step by step. So if you want to look at organizations and you want to look at collaborations, click here there. But it's helpful because it takes you actually through the platform with a starter analysis guide. So you would just simply go there and you would click organizations. For example, what are the top producing research areas at NMU? And then it will take you through step by step how to get to the results. So that's basically on the home page. I'm not going to do that today. what I'm going to do is showcase some of the overall capabilities, and then I'll do 1 or 2 custom reports, and then I'm afraid my time will be out. But at least you have gotten the idea. So with Insights, we've got an organization report, a researcher report, and a publisher report. So the researcher report, going back to the profiles, right? So you can create your Web of Science research profile report on your output, because remember that it's Web of Science data, core collection data, that feeds into the tool. So if you need to submit anything on your Web of Science output, you can do it here. You can add your ORCID number, and it will bring up everything from your H-index. An H-index of 18, of course, means that 18 of your papers received at least 18 citations or more, but the 19th one hasn't. So it's just an average citation indication. What you can also see is the subject categories that you've published in the most. You can look at a combined graph of your number of papers versus the citations to those papers versus the normalized impact. So when I say normalized, it just simply means it's taken everything into consideration. So for example, if you are in inorganic chemistry, all your inorganic chemistry papers published in 2018 will be compared with the average of inorganic chemistry papers from around the world. So it benchmarks per subject area, okay? So this is overall for NMU. We can do this on author level, we can do this on institutional level. It's by far the most accurate indicator of comparing cross disciplines, because the global average will always be set around 1. So if I outperform 1 in my area and you want by 1.2, and you've outperformed your area by 1.5, of course you are higher performing in your area than I am in mine. So now we can compare across different disciplines because we've normalized and benchmarked accurately within each. Once again, I do bibliometric classes. It's not the purpose of today. But what this graph tells me is that this specific researcher have published, for example, 30 papers in 2018. The normalized citation impact is 0.9, which is almost global average, which is 1. So that's how you would interpret it. We can also look at further journal indicators. I know that we're looking at interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and so many disciplinary areas of research. And one way to really accurately identify that is to take every single paper and cluster it accordingly to a very specific field, right? The tool does it for you. You don't have to do it yourself. It's called citation topics, and there's micro areas. So I can see for every single researcher what is the micro areas that they publish in. And in fact, this formed the basis for their SDG classification, which is by far the most accurate way to do that, because they could accurately, life below water, gosh, it's so wide. Where do you start grouping papers for life below water? It's water engineering, it's marine biology, the list goes on. So if you start at a very granular level, you can accurately group those papers accordingly. And then, of course, we are also able to look at impact according to your subject areas. We are able to look at your collaboration as an author. Once again, this is overall. So this person has published 17 papers with at least 1 international co-author. We can see there were 4 of them from industry, which would be industry partners. And it just portrays everything around that. So that's the research report that you are able to compile. The organization report, that's where I can now holistically, so for all the research managers in the room or research managers at a faculty level, this would, from a faculty's point of view, you wouldn't go in necessarily in here because it's NMU overall. There's a way that you can custom it, and I'll show you shortly. But this is now overall for NMU. I can look at, well, 38% of your papers total for the last, I can select the years I want, has been in life sciences. You can look at the papers you've published. We can look overall at your impact, and look at this. And back in 2022, your overall impact was 1.74. So overall, your research has outperformed the global expected level by 1.74 times. Of course, there would be fields, because it's an average, right? So there would be fields with higher impact scores. than others, but nonetheless, it's good to see that. So yes, there's a couple of things within there. Also collaborations. So once again, from NMU's side, we are able to look at your countries that you publish in. But every single aspect in the report section can be customized. And this is really where the analysis side comes into play. All right, so let's answer 2 questions using insights. What is my SDG output at NMU? Where do we publish and with whom do we collaborate in a given SDG field? So that is a very specific, and it wouldn't be in the overall report, but I can go and I can say organizations. I'm going to clear my filters. And I'm going to filter the data, because with insights, you're not limited to only yours. You can look at any institution that you are aspiring to follow. If you, as a researcher, have your eyes set on a specific researcher, you can follow their path, with whom they've collaborated. Where have they been publishing? What are the niche areas they are working in? If you're keeping your eye on the institution, you can do the same thing. You can look at their collaborative partnerships. What has been their research footprint in open access? Where can you go from there? So there's so much that can be answered. It's really important that you have your specific question before you delve into it. I warned you, you're going to play the whole day, because you find the most amazing findings and everything is useful and informative. But have your questions ready, climb into the tool, and you'll get your results. And if you get stuck, you can contact me. All right, so let's delve into this. So I have Nelson Mandela University, and I can even compare myself with someone else. So I can say Rhodes if I wanted to, and Western Cape as an example. Okay. And update results. Okay, so now what I'm seeing is last 5-year data, so I can change it. You can change it to 2 years, 3 years, you can align it with the SDG years, or whichever case you want to look at it. I'm now looking at a scatter plot graph. You can toggle to the table data, and you would be able to see everything in comparison, what you wanted to see. So what is your question? Do you want to compare yourself with UWC based on number of papers? All right. They've published 5,500. You've published 3.5, well, slightly more than 3.5. Okay, next step. Let's look at our impact compared. We can do that. Their overall impact for those 5 years is 1.29. Yours is 1.07. So not far behind, bearing in mind you've published quite a bit less than them. All right, so what else do you want to see? Do you want to see if you've published highly cited papers? What are highly cited papers? Well, those are papers that are published that are ranked within the top 1%. Do you want to look at international collaborations? It really depends on what your question is. And depending on what your question is, you can add those indicators to get the data. So let's do highly cited, or let's do industry collaborations. So you can just scroll down and find the one that you were looking for. So here we can see they have 70 industry collaborations, which often comes to mind as, could that be translated to possibility of impact on society? Because we're working with the industry, and would there be patents involved? You can even look at citations from patents in comparison. Let's say, for example, we don't want to do this overall anymore. We've done that, right? So let's do, seeing that we're in the oceans building, let's do life below water. So I'm now going to add a subject category, research area, and let's add sustainable development goals. You've got all these different areas that you can look at. And of sustainable development goals, I'm going to select life below water. And let's look up our findings now. Okay, look at this. They've published 5,700 you've published 5,700 and life below water. Okay, so if we want to go to visual, we are able to do that. You can change your visualization depending on what your preference is. There's literally something for each preference. Bubbles, bar graphs, you know, depending on what you like to view. So all of these can be added to a report. It can be saved, so you can use it in an external report. And the table data can be downloaded. Okay, it gets downloaded to CSV files, so that's also very helpful. Let's say from here you wanted to say, okay, well, I now want to see the countries that I collaborate with, not the organizations, but the countries. Well, one thing we could do is go into countries or locations and redo the analysis, but the easiest would be is just to jump into your listing of the papers you've published, which is your list of papers. So, oh sorry, this is UWC, polity. So here we can see. And now I can say, well, I don't want to look at your collaborating organizations, but please list those locations that I've collaborated with, which is how I got to those results. So here I can see the countries that I collaborate with on a very specific topic or research areas, SDGs, life below water. Of course, USA would appear on the top of my list. If I go to a visual, you'll now see it in a very nice, friendly, user-friendly collaboration graph. Depending on the indicator, we can then say, all right, we mostly collaborate domestically. Of those frequent collaborations, which one yielded the highest impact? So change it to impact, I can see, oh gosh, Chile. All right, well, let's go to Chile. And let's go and find those authors that we've collaborated with, because clearly we want to continue that partnership. Okay, so that's how you could use this from, oh, this is nice, nice for a report, everyone knows where we're standing, to, oh, it's now informing my strategy. The same can be done from looking at interdisciplinary research. We know that the NRF Awards have recently taken place. There's a really, it's such an amazing evening, and you know, you get so inspired by everything that happens in our country. And maybe you also get inspired if you hear of what some of the researchers have managed to achieve. So you can use insights to see where they have published. You can go and find those researchers. You can look at their partnerships. And you can really follow them throughout their career path. Also, what we can do is, I've mentioned it before, is that you can really delve into very granular details. So I can, for example, I'm going to do this from the bigger level. So there are 3 levels, macro, meso, and micro. Macro, let me show you, would be, for example, agricultural or chemistry or even clinical and life sciences. Let's go to earth science. The second level would be archaeology, of course. The third level would be Holocene, stable isotopes, all of those, and you can see how many papers, you can see with whom you've been collaborating, where have you been publishing. It just helps you to inform so many different aspects. We are also able to go into a visual for this, and the nice thing about the visual, it then showcases not only the number of papers, but also the impact. So if I want to go and do a citation heat map, citation topics, I can see the darker the color, the more fields. We're now looking macro. Let's change this to micro. So for the ones working on concentrating on an interdisciplinary approach or even a transdisciplinary approach, the citation topics could be really helpful because it shows the very granular level of research you go into, what then makes up the bigger agricultural approach. And the bigger, the darker the color, the more papers within that. Once again, you can also look at the table data and then you can view. So for example, these are all your granular areas that you've published in. If I arrange this by number of papers, I can see a Lua Bera. is one of the things that you publish in a lot. And in fact, this is also one of the areas where you've yielded a high impact. So maybe you want to look at collaborations in that space. Maybe you want to look at the authors from other countries, or whichever case might be. But yes, so that's in a nutshell what Insights can do for you. Are there any specific questions? Well, this is the tip of the iceberg. So I've been asked to give the gist of it. Are we still okay for time? Can I take one or two questions? Are we not? Okay, I can't take questions. But I'd be happy if you guys would want, we work really closely with the library. They are partners at NMU as well as research. So if there's any need for further, if I may add one last bit, and for this I'll quickly jump to my presentation. I want to, these were just backup slides, is they've got a Web of Science learning page. And the learning page, let me just keep this, is really helpful because it gives you, where's that learning page now? It's not there anymore. Okay, there's a Web of Science learning page that allows for short tutorial videos to help you get started. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Melissa, you always bring, so much at Mandela. Thank you so much. And thank you for the reports that you managed to generate for us. They were needed very urgently by the international office. Thank you. Yeah, I know we will be working very closely going forward. All right, thank you so much, Melissa. Ladies and gentlemen, I think let's have lunch. What do you think? It's a lot, and it's hot. Ne? I think, yeah, let's have lunch. Let's not forget, colleagues, announcements of the winners will be done after lunch. The 3-minute thesis and the postgraduate pitching competition and the lucky draws. Enjoy your lunch. See you, what time? 1:45. Thank you. still hot in this venue. And who is, I was asking earlier, who's helping with the aircon? Dr. Nobile. It's very Dr. Nobile. Yo. No, it's not gonna make any difference. Okay. I think let's start. Let's start. We have no time. I see someone here that I like to interact with. Mr. Philip de Kock. Yes. All right. I'll be introducing you now, Philip. Just again, colleagues, the announcements of the winners is coming. Just bear with us. Ne? All right. Our next speaker is Mr. Philip. Thank you. Yeah, Philip. This is you. Let me give you. You click there, you know what yeah. Okay. Mr. Philip de Kock is from Springer Nature Publishing. And he's going to be speaking on open access for Southern Africa. Philip, I was told, our time is so limited. I'm so sorry that I'm not going to say, the whole bio. I hope you forgive me.
No worries, the face is it all.
Yes, take it away, Philip. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do I just press here? There, there's a pointer. And I have to hold this as well? Or can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And Norma, thank you for the very brief introduction. That's the way I prefer it anyhow, so worry. I'm Philip de Kock, Licensing Manager for Springer Nature for Southern Africa. And I'm here today on invitation. Thank you, Rafika, kindly, and the Nelson Mandela University for inviting Springer Nature to be part of your research week. We are really appreciative to be here today. I'm really going to be telling you about transformative agreements, specifically with related to Springer Nature. And as Norma said, I only have 2 hours for my speech, so we'll take a break at 3. So, no, not 2. Oh, okay, 2.5 hours. Apologies, I wasted another minute there. Yes. Yes, so without most further ado, a brief introduction of our company. We are a global publisher. We are divided in 4 different divisions. Research is the division I operate in. We are journals, databases, ebooks, that's where we publish. We have our education section. And you most probably are aware of our sister company called Macmillan Education. They are very active in the TVT environment as well. We have a health division and we have a professional division, which I won't bore you with the details. We are very close to all our customers, and then I do not see the world here. Is that the reason why? You need to quickly go back. This is supposed to show a world map, just if in case you wondered. So we are all over the world. You can just take my word for that, please. Okay. Springer Nature is one of the largest open access publishers in the world. We were there from the start with Biomed Central. We're going to be there and with the end, but the end is nowhere in sight, so we're going to be there still a long time. And we realized early on the benefits of publishing open access. I'm going to look at collaboration, so your work is available out there on the web for other researchers to find, to make use of. So collaboration is high on the list of one of the benefits. Reproducibility, so again, it's out in the market, it's available, other researchers can take it, can use it, and further their science and research. It's increased visibility because of open access. Your work is found by anybody who's looking for your research. Accelerated science. In Springer Nature's experience, open access articles are published so much quicker, so much faster to market. So your work is getting out there sooner rather than later. Immediate online access. Open access implies online publishing. So again, your research is out there available to be found. and it does offer a citation advantage as well, and increased visibility. So there are really some really great benefits of publishing open access, and I'm really thinking Nelson Mandela University, you should be really looking and considering the open access in more earnest as well. So here's just some figures. I'm going to mention a couple of them. We were the first publisher to reach 1 million open access gold articles. 16% of all gold OA that's published in the world today is published by Springer Nature, so therefore we have a really right to claim one of the biggest open access publishers currently in the market. 70% of authors in 8 European countries publish with Springer Nature and in gold open access. So you can see there's, and if you look at where the transformative agreements are, Europe was where it started all. We have published 1,500. This is already outdated. We have breached the 2,000 open access books already. So not only open access in journals, consider publishing in books. It's a growth market. It's a market high in demand for open access content. So if you're looking at publishing, not maybe looking at journals, books are a really good option to also publish in open access. We've published 200 million plus OA chapters, and we've supported more than 2.5 million authors getting research out there with open access. So already Springer has been very active in the open access market, and we really are keen to support this movement towards making research available to the market. Yes, there's some benefits we see from research published open access. This is with regards to books. So 2.4 times more citations, 10 times more downloads if a book is open access, and 10 times more altmetric attention. So that means tweets and blogs and online and social media attention. So that's just for books. For journals, we also see really good advantages when they do publish open access, 6 times more downloads, because the research is available outside of the paywall, more citations and more altmetric attention. So if these sums of figures really should inspire you that open access is really, you get the benefit of publishing this way. Your article is out there, your chapter is out there, your book is out there, ready and accessible for other researchers to make use of. So with that in mind, and there's the world, you can actually see it now, so it's appeared. The other one was nighttime, this is daytime. So this is what Springer Nature, we have also currently one of the largest number of open access agreements or transformative agreements worldwide, and this is where we're at. It all started, there's a pointer somewhere, okay, it doesn't work. Started in Europe, obviously, branched out. Now all the red areas, that is where we currently have transformative agreements. On the African continent, we have 2, Egypt, and then now we have in South Africa as well. We were really pushing to be the first on the continent, but the Egyptians snuck in there, I'm sorry to say. So we have one now in South Africa, 27 academic institutions, including the Nelson Mandela University, plus universities of Botswana and Namibia, a part of our transformative agreement, which was signed in January. It's a 3-year deal. It's in place. We are ready. We are waiting for the articles to come. Please, another invitation for your researchers to please consider Springer Nature, and my colleagues that will follow me later to publish. We're really looking at those, we want those at open access content. I'm just going to briefly go through the details of the transformative agreement, just so you're aware. It's a first come, first serve. So again, another option, reason why not publish. It's available there. It's not as if you have an allocation and you have reached it. It's out there and there is still available. So again, when you talk to researchers, you're a researcher yourself, please publish. Consider publishing with Springer Nature. These are the number of articles that we've agreed on with SANLIC, the national consortium, over the next 3 years, and we've identified over 2,000 hybrid journals. So if the question is where, in what title to publish, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to find a title on that list for you to consider to publish in as well. It's a read and publish agreement, again, so just some detail. The reading part is that it's almost a continuum of the previous agreement that with SANLIC, where it was read only. We maintained those title lists, so the universities still have access to over 2,000 Springer titles, all the ADES titles, And now also included, at no additional cost, we included all the Palgrave titles and academic journals on nature.com titles, so that all the members of the consortium now have access to exactly the same content. So another leveling of the playing fields. We felt that was a good initiative and also a good value add to the transformative agreement. And then just you have access back to the archive, which is implied usually with these type of agreements. Then we have the published side, and I think this is one that you will be focused on this week. You can publish in, as I say, over 2,000 hybrid journals. Of those imprints, same as with the Access, the Springer journals. Those are the majority of the titles on the list are Springer journals. We have ADIS, which is pharmacological journals, Palgrave journals, and humanities and social sciences, and academic journals on nature.com, which is more in your biomedical and life sciences environment. Then in red, just I have to say this, that unfortunately for now, Nature and Nature Research titles are excluded from the agreement. This is really a Springer agreement, and also fully open access titles are excluded. So we're looking at all the other titles on the list there, and hybrid titles are included in the agreement. We are in the process of piloting some Nature open access agreements, but it's still pilots. And if it should change in future, we will definitely let the consortium and you as individual institution know about that. So as I said, we've signed the transformative agreement in January with SANLEC. After, I can say, a couple of years of negotiations and to and throwing. And we also had a small little thing called pandemic in the meantime. So that also didn't help with the progress, but we are happy to say that we've signed it, and it's a 3-year license, and we're very happy with the outcome. So where are we currently? And I know it's short time frame, but we looked at it from January to June, just to give you an idea the progress, but I think more what was the result of the progress. So for now, we admit that we are behind schedule because of the late kickoff in January. We like to think second half of the year, researchers finishing their research and papers, we might expect an increase in publishing. We think that we will either not just miss the target or reach the target that we have agreed on with SANLEC. So as you can see, the approvals is on average about 85 a month, so we still have some work to do for this year. I think this is different, so let me go back, maybe it'll load again, sure. Sorry, this is just top journals in the first 6 months of the agreement, but I would like you to show on the right-hand side in a grayed out block is that biomedical and life sciences is the highest published in subject area, then earth and environmental sciences. We also have medicine in the engineering and chemical material science are the top 5 subjects that have been published with Spring and Nature in this first 6 months. So that is almost 2/3 of all the subjects that were published. And now this was going to be the institutions. I'm going to show why it's not showing. Okay, so imagine this. Okay, so, so right at the top, almost reaching across the screen, is a university based in Johannesburg, University of Johannesburg. Let me say it. Okay, and right about here, I can actually show you this. There you are. There. Nelson Mandela University. Wow. This is. It looks sort of down halfway, but actually halfway up. Okay. So well done. Well done, but like a teacher, you can always do better. Right? So, and that's why we're here today, to please invite you to make use of this opportunity. Come publish with us. The process has been sorted out. You really have to submit, and we will gladly accept. So next time, it's going to be up there. Okay, the arrow. Okay, all right, good. So this was just the top 25 institutions. But I can honestly say that across all members, people are publishing well. So we are quite happy with that for now. So then, I think this is really what I want to spend some time on. We looked at the 6 months, what happened with these articles that were published, and this is again, this is my earth is not showing. Okay, so we had 374 articles published in 6 months. As I say, a bit behind schedule, but not to worry about. And of that 374, we had 210,000 downloads, 176. And this area on the right-hand side, again, I'm not too sure why, it's showing the world map where these downloads were from. from. And the majority, vast majority, was from Asia, lots of Europe, Americas, and then Africa. Africa was the fourth. So lots of attention across the globe for the content published by South African authors under the agreement. And again, I apologize, I'm not sure, you test these things, but it's like trying to show a dog. They just don't want to do what they want. Okay, so, and this was going to be a graph again. Okay, so it just showed that China is by far the largest country looking at our content, then the US. South Africa, the third highest users of our own content. So really good interest in the rest of the world. And I hope the next one will show, because this is the most important slide, and only a part of it showed. Okay, so apologies. So this is a pie chart, if you can imagine, with 2/3 in purple and 1/3 in blue. The blue part, the 30%, 33% is acknowledged users, what we call, and then the 70% are unauthorized users, users not registered with Springer Nature. So the 30% access was from users and institutions worldwide that have a registered account with Springer Nature, so they can access the content on our platform, Springer Link. 70% of the usage were from users not being active members, active customers of Springer Link, so they come from outside our domains. So if you ever wondered why you should be publishing open access, that figure, 70% more users are seeing the content published in South Africa than before. Before, you would have been 100% behind the paywall. Now, 70% people, persons, researchers out there are looking at your content, which is way more than before. So again, apologies for the technical challenge. It worked well when I tested it. So if I leave you with anything, that is, I think, the crucial part. And it's going to grow. It's going to increase the number of users that are not members or customers of Springer Link. That's going to grow and have access to your content. So if I leave you with anything, think of that 70% that now can see your content where before they could not. Okay. Right, so then just some administrative things, wrapping up. How do we create awareness and training? You have to be aware of this, because this is above board, all free of charge. So we invite the institution and universities and members to join us. Approver training is more for the approvers. We've done that. This part here, the author workshops, we do that almost on a quarterly basis. We invite the universities, which will spread the word. We do that for the complete consortium, but we also can do that specifically for the Nelson Mandela University, focusing on your users at a time and date of your convenience. So if I'm looking again at Rafika taking it. So if you have any need for that, please let us know. But we are planning another one later in September, where we have an editor telling you how to publish, I'm not saying telling you, but informing you how to publish. And across the board, you will find how to publish with Springer Nature. You must probably find the same way publishing with any other, and a publisher as well, is how to prepare your paper, what to write, your abstract, your title, your table of contents, your cover letter, what to do with rejections, how to do peer review, publishing ethics, periodic journals. So it's a really informative session, creating awareness to publish. So it's really popular, and I want to invite you to please attend. You're more than welcome. You also get a certificate when you finish the course as well. And then we have these open access information sessions where we get our open access people to come and talk about the trends, what's happening, how is it happening worldwide, and then narrowing it down to South Africa and show what the trends here is at. Again, it will be an open forum. We gladly invite you to attend that as well. Then we also publish, of course, all of this information is available on the web. We've dedicated web pages for this African open access agreement, where you can go and read that, who's an eligible author, what titles are available, what are the rules and the regulations. It's all on the web. We will share this again with the Library Information Service. You can get them on your OPAC most probably, or your LibGuides available. Please go and read there. If you're not sure, go find out where the information is available. We published a white paper on the accessing the open access effect for hybrid journals. Again, available free of charge. So if you're not sure, how will this open access affect my paper, go and read that white paper. It's thoroughly research and obviously based on our experience. And then last but not least, I mentioned the web presence of the transformative agreements. These URLs will be again shared with our counterparts in the Library Information Service. Please go and read, especially the one at the bottom for researchers. Your research office should have that. It's a default link for the Springer Nature or Springer Transformative Agreement, where you can go and read about what we offer and how to go about publishing with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Philip, for keeping the time. You were sharp. Thank you. Colleagues, we will be connecting with Ms. Ogda. Yes.
Mahinur.
Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you? We good?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, good. We are good. Thank you. We are going to speak your bio. Ms. Ogda, you can just go ahead as soon as you are ready with your presentation.
Yes, sure, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Let me just open and start right away. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Shall I go ahead?
Now we can see it. You can go ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to be with you here today. I'm speaking at this research week at Nelson Mandela University. My name is Mahinur Okda and I'm the Regional Publishing and Training Relationship Manager for the MEA region. So today we'll talk about the open research at Emerald, our transformative agreement with SANLIC. I'll try to commit with the time slot that's designated to us. And I'm sorry that you're feeling hot there. So we'll try to keep it as short as possible. So about us, about Emerald, for those who don't know Emerald, we are bringing research to life. We try to help as much as we can people to make the right decision when it comes to research, to make research that have an impact and change their world for the better. And Emerald started in 1967, so we have over 50 plus years in the research industry. So we are open to all. At Emerald, we are open to all when it comes to our open access routes to publication. We believe in driving innovation, in open publishing models. We seek to respond specifically to the needs of researchers in the disciplines, in all the disciplines that we serve. We are committed to work with librarians, policymakers, funders, researchers, end users, other publishers to recognize and always be updated with all the mutual contributions and scholarly communication systems. We understand that open means more than just open access. It's also about extending to reach an impact of research beyond the academia and making it accessible, digestible, and even more discoverable. So the transformative agreement with SANLIC that we are honored to have, that we've been following a successful negotiation with SANLIC for years, which concluded in December 2021. And we have partnered with the SANLIC Consortium. And this partnership was providing participating institutions in South Africa with an agreed numbers of APC vouchers as a part of the transformative read and write agreement, which is a first for Emerald in SSA region. The initial participation membership was about 22 members, which has grown over the past year to even 26 members, including affiliated members in Namibia and Botswana. You are supported as part of the SANLIC Consortium to publish openly. What does that mean? It means that through this transformative agreement between Emerald and SANLIC, you are supported to publish your research through the open access routes without any charges. So what is actually the transformative agreement? So a transformative agreement, it's also known as the Read and Publish RAP. It is a way of transitioning to the open access model. It's where an organization subscribes to the publisher's research and also prepays for open access publishing vouchers. So the agreement between Emerald and SANLIC goes as follows. There is a prepaid open access vouchers, and they are available to all the members of SANLIC who have OPT'd in. So there are 21 institutions across South Africa who are included. How to know that you have the eligibility for this open access voucher? So you have to be the corresponding author based at the participating institution. This is the main, the first criteria. Also, the eligibility will be based on the primary affiliation of the corresponding author. And the affiliation, it must be where the research took place. These vouchers, they are allocated on a first come, first served basis. Like what my colleague here just said in the presentation before me, I think this is the rule in all the transformative agreement. Vouchers, they can be used in journal, in any journal that your institution subscribe to, or our fully open access titles and Emerald Open Research. So why open access? Why do we publish open access? So publishing under a CC BY license, it allows your work to be accessed by anyone, anywhere in the world at any time. It will increase the visibility of and reach of your work, which means more people are reading, depending, using, and citing from your research. You will reach a new audiences outside the academia, policymakers, practitioners, and members of the society, maybe if they don't have access to these resources on subscribed base. It will also encourage interdisciplinary working through accessibility, as it can be accessed to those outside of your subject area too. So what are the routes to the open access that you have? There is different routes for the open access. There is the green, the platinum, and the gold. So the green here, we call it self-archiving too. It is when this method or this route, it gives the authors of our journal and book chapters the option to make their accepted manuscript openly available, free from payment and embargo periods. The platinum, it also referred to as the sponsored journals, which means that these are published in partnership with organizations such as universities and associations, and there is no APC on these journals, so there is no charge to publish. And there is another route, which is the gold, and it's the version of record. And what does that mean? It means which is the final published article is made freely available for anyone to read through the CC BY license. And at Emerald, we offer the following routes. The hybrid, which all our subscription journals offers, the option to publish their article open access. So your article is submitted and accepted in Emerald Journal in the usual way via the online submission system, subject to full double-blinded peer review. It will go through the normal route like any other article. And there is the open access journals, which we have open access journals whereby all the articles are accepted for the publication within the journal, are published open access only. And there is the open access books, and this is another part of the gold route, which we're very proud to offer a range of open access options to our book authors across all our book formats, monographs, handbooks, short forms, and professional business content too. And there is the Emerald Open Research. And at the Emerald Open Research, our open access publishing platform supports an open data and open peer review policy, and it allows all the authors to immediately publish their Sustainable Development Goals SDG related research. So what are the open research routes at Emerald? As you can see, you can publish in open access in our journals, and which we have over 350 journals offer hybrid open access, and we have fully open access journals, gold open access, and we have over 50 platinum open access journals. Or there is published open access in our books, either monographs, handbooks, short form books, or professional business books. And we have the Emerald Open Research, which is a fully open research platform where you can publish the research aligned, your research which is aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So this is the basic journal author journey. And at Emerald, we offer regional, daily, weekly webinars on research, how to conduct your research, how to select the right journal, how to structure a publishable paper, how to survive the peer review process, what is the publication cycle, the publishing ethics and copyrights, how to know this as a researcher. We offer all these webinars, and we can even organize a dedicated webinar to university if you're interested to help the researchers to go through this journey without any hassle. We also offer becoming a reviewers webinars, how to become an editor, how to publish open access, how to publish and write a teaching case study, and so many other webinars. And this is all to support the researchers everywhere. So the journey goes as follows, that first you'll select your publication of choice, then you will submit your paper or your manuscript. Do not forget to use the institutional email address so we can recognize your eligibility for an open access voucher. Your research is sent for a review by a subject specialist, of course. Then there is the acceptance of the articles. Then you sign the CC BY license. Then the article goes into the production phase where your article gets published afterwards. So this is the main points that you need to pay attention to. When you are submitting your work, do not forget to use your institutional formal email address to recognize that you are eligible for an open access voucher. Also, upon your acceptance, your voucher is allocated. So this is on a first come, first served basis. So what is the Emerald Open Research? We have the open research. It's a rapid publication. You will get through open peer review. And what does that mean? It means that the peer review process, it will be published alongside with your article. So the reviewers, they do their best when they're conducting this peer review process, because it's going to be seen and published. And there is the open data policy, there is author-led approach, there is the traditional and the non-traditional article types like case studies and data sets too. You can publish these too. It allows all the research to be assessed on its own merits. There is not where it is published. So it is open access. How does this work? As you can see here, you will submit to a board of range of content types, including traditional research article, data notes, case studies, method articles, and more. Whatever the type, traditional or non-traditional, you can submit it. Then there is the normal pre-publication check, where your research will undergo the pre-publication checks by specialists to ensure that it follows the basic publishing policies and standards. Afterwards, it goes to the publication process where your research, as soon as we are sure that it meets all the pre-publication checks, it will be published online and enabling immediate viewing and citation for your research. So see how rapid that is. Then the open review, peer review, and the user commenting. So you select expert reviewers to take part in the open peer review process. These reports are published alongside the article together with the author's responses and comments from registered users. There's 6 gateways aligned to the UN SDGs, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where you can publish with, like Fairer Society. On this gateway, it focuses on creation of a just and inclusive society without any barriers or to participation, healthier lives. And in this gateway, it's mainly focusing on promoting good physical and mental health and bringing the gaps between research, policy, and the practice to achieve healthier lives for all. Also, there is the education for all, the quality education for all. And in this gateway, we aim to address the challenges that's facing education and focuses on breaking down divides so that everyone have equal access to quality education. Sustainable cities, and the sustainable cities here in this gateway focuses on how we can create resilient, sustainable, healthy, and inclusive city and communities for all. And then there is the sustainable food systems. At this sustainable food system, the gateway aims to address scientific, sociological, political, and economic challenges around the sustainable food systems to offer better solutions for development and drive change. Also, the responsible management, and this is the final, last but not least, gateway, which is the responsible management. And this gateway, we aim to champion through thought leadership by being both a critic and a supporter of responsible management research, knowledge exchange, and education. So come in, we are open. Why do you choose Emerald? As you can see, there is a lot of options in the market. We are experienced, we have experienced editors and editorial boards, they are on hand to help you. We have support resources which are available on our website. We invest in a waiver program that allows authors from low or middle income countries to publish their work in our fully accessed titles, either without charge or even with a discount. There is also the visibility and discoverability. There is typesetting and tagging of your research to ensure it's searchable and discoverable. There is aggregation, abstracting, and indexing of your research. Also, there is preservation of the article perpetuity and through the portico locks and clocks. The last but not least were signatures of the transparency and openness promotion guidelines. So I hope I did not take much of your time. We can share with Ms. Rafika the links to our webinars, and if you're interested in any of our trainings, we would be more than honored to support you with that. If there's any questions, Ms. Rafika?
Thank you so much, Dr. Can you allow 2 questions? Any questions, colleagues? Yes, we have one.
Sure.
There's one so far.
Thank you very much. My name is Timothy Ajiboye.
Yeah.
My
Hello.
question is this. The speed of publication depends on on how active the reviewers are. In Emerald Publishing, what steps are you taking to ensure that reviewers do their work on time without delaying the authors? I think that's my question. Thank you.
You're welcome. Shall I answer or will take any more questions?
No questions
Okay.
so far. Thank you.
Okay, so to make sure that the reviewers, I know that sometimes the reviewers, they have workloads, or maybe there is lack of reviewers with the certain specialty or subject specialist. So we make sure we give them 2 weeks to come back to us with an answer. If they don't do that, we withdraw the article and we send it to another reviewer. So we make sure the reviewers, they have a time limit to answer at the beginning of the initial desk review, when they are conducting their initial reviewing. During even the peer review process, the reviewers, they set dates to answer the researcher or to get back to them on the revision and the comments. So if they do not submit their comments and they don't get back on the designated time that we agreed on, we give them a notice, or sometimes it reaches that we retract the research from this specific reviewer when we send it to someone else who is committed. We cannot waste the time and effort of a reviewer just waiting, of a researcher just waiting for a reviewer to respond simply because he's too busy. If he's too busy, he can simply refuse to conduct this review, and then we are committed as a publisher to find another subject specialist who is committed to the timeline of conducting this review.
Thank you. I hope the gentleman has been answered. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for organizing such a great event. I've attended the speeches and the other presentations from other publishers, from Clarivate and Springer Nature. It was very informative too. Thank you so much for inviting us. It's an honor to collaborate with you, and I'm looking forward for future collaboration. Thank you so much, Ms. Rafika, and everyone who helped coming with this successful Open Research Week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Our last speaker, John, come over here. Come over here, John. We are waiting for you, John. Yeah. Last but not least. Nice to see you, John. How are you?
Doing fine, thanks.
We are also good at
Hello,
Mandela.
everybody.
Yeah. Over to you. I'm not even John, his name is Stanley. Stanley.
Yeah.
Stanley. Yeah. See, I'm butchering that.
My name today is Delegate.
All right. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, did you find it already? Is this one? Right, well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the kind invitation to join your research week. And thanks for putting me on the last presentation on a Friday. I guess that would make my life a bit easier, because it means maybe everyone's a bit tired, and if I slip up, no one will really hear. But as the introduction mentioned, my name's John Sturley. I'm the account manager for Elsevier in South Africa. So that's working with all the universities, the research councils, some government departments, and until recently, we also looked after some of the corporate accounts, including ESCOM as well. But what we're here for today is just to talk a little bit about the open access journey that Elsevier and the South African universities have been undergoing for the past couple of years. Dare I say it, the conversation started as early as 2017, 2018, with renewal discussions around Science Direct, and that's testament to South Africa being one of the earlier adopters of interest in open access. So together with the consortium, that discussion started, as I said, 2017, 2018. Elsevier signed their first transformational agreement in Europe towards the end of 2019, and that was an exciting but also pivotal moment for the open access community. And we were planning with the consortium to have that discussion heading in towards 2021, but then that pandemic, COVID-19, came along, and we agreed with the consortium just to keep things as smooth sailing as possible for 2 years. And so, at the end of last year, we entered into renewal discussions again, and there is now a transformative agreement with Elsevier. For the most part, researchers have been appreciative of that in South Africa. So we'll unpack some of those details later on in the presentation. So just as a little bit of a background to our transformative agreement, see, I can't even work a presentation. So open access, I've circled it as the first pillar on the left under the open science building, if we could call it that. So open access is one of the key pillars in open science. And open science in itself has a lot of feeling around it that it can benefit research society and help to drive research performance as well. But what are some of the other pillars within open science? That would be, of course, open data and transparent reporting. Open data becoming a very hot topic nowadays as well. Open indicators and open research evaluation. And then open society and open science towards society as well. So it's a way of all these pillars working more inclusive, more collaborative, and ultimately trying to make science more transparent. What are some of the enablers of open science? How do I get this? I just want to put all the animations up at once. So there's quite a few enablers of open science, of course. So first would be institutions. How can we do science without great universities like Nelson Mandela University? How can we do science without research councils? And what is one of the other enablers of open science? Well, that would be publishers. As publishers, we have a responsibility to publish research with good ethics, good peer review strategies, and also to curate that research so it's available for generations to come. Readers are also enablers of open science because the more they interact with principles of open science, the more that can be developed and driven forward. Another very, very key one, and close to the institutions, is the researchers themselves. And as we've seen more recently, governments as well. Governments adopting policies that point towards open science, that point towards open access, and that point towards transparency. And then, last but not least, funders like the great NRF that we have here in South Africa. So those are some of the participators in open science. But then to facilitate it, we also have to think of those that help facilitate it, being policies and mandates, funding again, education around these topics, journals. They are also helping to facilitate open science and open access. And then very importantly, culture and values. Because if something is mandated but people don't really believe in it, how successful could it be at the end of the day? What have we heard? Some of the benefits of open science and open access. Well, we've heard a lot of them repeated in the presentations today, but just to recap, reuse and transparency, that's one that comes up very, very often. Global impact, so stronger position of research, it's more visible again. It could mean that it gets cited more, it gets more views. And I liked what the colleague from Emerald mentioned as well, that perhaps your research becomes open outside of the academic world. Innovation, if more people from different subject areas are interacting with research they wouldn't have before, there could be chances for transdisciplinary innovation and even between general public and society and scientists on certain topics. Looking ahead towards assessment as well. If research is open, it would be allowing funders to assess and evaluate research in a more holistic manner. Okay, so how does the Elsevier and South African National Library and Information Consortium, which for those of you that are not in the library space may not know, that's an organization looking after the interests of South African university libraries and research councils, and they have discussions with publishers around a collective need that has been expressed by their members, and in this case it was around topics of open access. I know I rambled a little bit in the beginning and got a little bit ahead of myself, but as I mentioned, the open access discussion with South African universities started in sort of 2017, 2018, and was progressing in different ways and shapes and forms over those couple of years. COVID was coming up there and providing a bit of a speed bump. But from the beginning of this year, there's a 3-year transformative agreement between Elsevier and the universities in South Africa that were represented in the negotiations by the consortium called SANLIC. On the left of the slide, that was a global picture in 2021. So a global picture of the different publication types as they are indexed in Scopus. And at that time, 11 million documents were tagged as either gold, hybrid, or bronze open access in Scopus. Also in 2021, there were 2.2 million subscription articles and 1 million pay-to publish gold open access articles worldwide. That's a huge volume of articles, but you can see how the gold open access is starting to get closer over time and increase over time. Pointing towards the rest of the world, and there's a point I want to make around this, is that in China, for example, you're looking at a roughly 70-30% split, Europe almost 50-50, United States of America, it was almost 70-30 as well. We think that that could obviously change quite a bit now with new policies in that country. And in the rest of the world, 65%, 35%. That's the comparison between open access publications and subscription publications. I said I wanted to make a point around that, and the point is that all these transformative agreements are still seen to be pilots, and the reason for that is the uptake of open access and the speed of transformation in different regions varies so very greatly. There are still some countries that open access is not on their agenda yet. It's not really important to them yet. And there's others where that has become a key driver of moving their science forward. So what we try to do as a publisher with the transformative agreements is to, and I can say this because it was a lot of work to arrange the agreement with South Africa, is that there's no one size fits all. There's a lot of variations, there's a lot of different needs, and it all needs to be discussed, put forward, and to see what could work. So we'll get to what's included in South Africa's agreement just in a little bit. But looking at what transformative or transformational agreements have had already on the impact of South Africa's transition in towards the world of open access. On the left-hand side, this is data from our agreement, and we can see 2021 and 2022, there's a 25% and a 33%, I think it is, uptake of open access compared to subscription articles being published in South Africa. But as we go through the years of the transformative agreement, we're expecting that by the end of the agreement, all articles that were previously published in hybrid journals as subscription have the ability to be published open access. So going back to the earlier slide with the enablers of open access and open science, I think this one largely points to the researchers and the institutions. From an institutional side, we need to work together to make sure researchers know about the open access agreements. But from the researchers' side as well, please, if you have ever any concerns, reach out to your library. They can set up a consultation with us, reach out to us if we've met before, and we can discuss options around open access. I think it's also important that that kind of inclusivity happens as well. There's no such thing as a silly question. So if you're unsure, reach out, and I'm sure that someone could answer it for you. So by 2025, we could be seeing, as I mentioned, all articles previously published subscription in Elsevier journals have the ability to be published in our hybrid open access journals without paying an APC. So the question that we will answer in 2025 is, what is the uptake of that? How did it go? What do we need to implement for 2026? Do we need to do more discussion around it? Because at the end of the day, open access versus subscription, that's the author's choice. Right? So there's a lot of benefits in open access that we can talk about continuously, but the author makes the choice because they're the one that's submitting the article. So again, ask any questions. And then on the other side of the slide, that the pie graphs, that's from the ESAC registry, looking at South Africa's OA uptake in 2022 and how it's expected to change in 2023. All right, so we can see under the subscription, which is the blue, we can see how with the implementation of transformational agreements already in 1 year, it's possible that subscription will go down from 62% to 31%. So the open access then under transformative agreement growing from 11.5 to 42%. That can happen in 1 year, provided that in theory there was 100% uptake. Okay, so what does the agreement cover? So in 2023, 2,221 articles. How did we get to that number? We looked at the previous year trends of what was published in South Africa in hybrid journals, tried to figure out a growth rate, and applied that to 2023, 2024, and 2025, giving a theoretical 100% coverage. So meaning that what was published subscription in a hybrid journal can now be published open access in a hybrid journal. Another benefit on top of that, because people always ask, but transformational agreement doesn't include gold and open access. What is the reason for that? Well, a simple answer, but I know it may not be the most acceptable answer, is that in gold open access, there's nothing really to transform because the entire journal is gold as it stands already. But to break down some of the barriers for South African researchers, we were able to include a 15% discount on the APC, which in some cases can be waived completely if that application is put in by the author. Okay, so how do we determine now the eligibility of an article to be published under the transformative agreement? So first of all, the acceptance date should be after 1 January 2023 when the agreement commenced. But secondly, the corresponding author must be affiliated to a participating institution in the agreement. If you're at Nelson Mandela University, that's good news for you because they are part of the agreement. Most of the universities in the country are part of the agreement. The article itself as well should be in one of the participating journals. So that would be Elsevier's core hybrid journals or core gold journals. The difference being full APC coverage or 15% discount on the APC. If you like, you can take a photo of that URL, but there's an easy way to find it as well. If you go to our good friend Google, you can actually search Elsevier-Sandlik agreement, and it's the first, if not one of the first, that pops up. It's really useful for librarians and researchers. The journal lists are up to date. There's frequently asked questions. On that page, you can find a journal via subject area, etc., and it'll show you whether it's a participating journal in the agreement or not. So that's quite a useful place to go get some more information. Now, the other side of the coin is, well, how do we define a corresponding author? So the first point, it's the author who submits the article to Elsevier and stays in contact with Elsevier along that author journey. So that would be the 5-minute warning. And so that's the author that handles that process, right? And they're the ones, as it says there, towards the end of the journey. I did have a request earlier in the year from a university in South Africa where there were 2 authors. One was based at a university in South Africa and the other at a university in Ghana. And they submitted the article and they received the APC, and they then found out that if they had submitted it under the South African author, the APC would have been covered. So that's a bit of a tricky one because who was actually the lead author? It's hard to tell. But make sure that if you're the corresponding author, you're the one that's submitting it. The second point is that the corresponding author is the one who makes that publishing choice, whether it's behalf of themselves or of the whole group that wrote the paper together. And then lastly, every article has one corresponding author. On to my last slide, which is just to touch on, again, what Dineshri mentioned earlier was the researcher support program. By the way, this was something we thought really interesting coming out of the consortium last year in our discussions, was not only the need to include open access, but also the need to support researchers in South Africa, upskilling, capacity building. Those are some of the buzzwords that go around. So Dineshri and I, what we did is we looked at all the webinars that we've done over, or mostly that Dineshri delivers actually. We looked at those for like an 18-month period and scanned through the questions and started to identify some topics that come up time and time again and ran those by colleagues to see if this is something that could work. So it is really a custom program for Africa. The webinars that are being done are based on the feedback we received over the past 18 months or so. So I encourage you to check it out. I know that webinars are a bit tiring nowadays. It's not as exciting as it was at the beginning of the pandemic. But the good thing is if you have some time in the evening, you can go and look at a recording or so. And then within this platform as well, you can please go and take a look at the Researcher Academy. So this is a free-to-use a series of courses that can guide authors through the publication process, whether that's from choosing a journal, submitting a manuscript, etc., etc. So it's a really good tool. Not being a scientist or researcher myself, I've had to take a look in there to upskill myself, and it's easy to understand. So I'm sure for all of you that are much more experienced in the topic, it will be both more useful and even easier to understand. So without further ado, I don't think I have any time left. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. Is it fine? Okay. Okay, I'm told there is some allowance for all the panel members to come in the front, and we have a brief of a discussion session if you wish. Do you have maybe pressing matters that you want to ask the speakers? Maybe you jotted down some notes and you want some clarity on few things. I'm guided by you guys. All right. Okay, so please make your way to the front, all the speakers. Rafika, I know you. Please. Yeah. Okay. So it's Rafika, Abrahams, Date Raheba, John, Dineshri, Philip, Melissa. They're outside. Faith, please, man. Just ask them. Okay. Okay, yes. You have two questions, Tenji. Okay, so I have colleagues that want to ask questions. The questions that you are going to ask are for the panel members here. Or Philip. But they are also rushing for the airport. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yes, Philip. Philip is coming, and Melissa is coming as well. All right. Just 5 minutes. Yes, we don't want you guys to leave without engaging with you. All right, take it away, Tenji.
Good afternoon, Philip. This
This one is just for you. It's not a difficult one. Last month, it was on the 23rd, if I can remember, the lecturer published a book chapter under Spring Nature. And then after about 3 weeks or 4 weeks, he wanted information or a chapter on that one, but he was now told to pay 29 US dollars. I can still remember the figures. So I just want to find out what could have happened there. How can we advise them? Because I've heard so many valuable information about you with open access. What happened there? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. So the book was not open access, it was a normally published book. Is that correct?
That's the problem. They didn't know whether it was open, like when I asked them whether it was open access. I assumed that it wasn't open access because they were required to pay 29 US dollars.
To get the chapter back.
To get the chapter back.
In reality or theory, it should not work that way. If an co-author they are eligible to get a copy of the book. So we should really look into that. He should not be charged to get access to his own content published with Spring and Nature. So in open access, it would have obviously not been an issue. We could have downloaded a chapter, but because this book most probably was published normally, I'm normally in quotes, then because he's a participating author or co-author, he should get a copy and access to that content free of charge with no costs at all.
Yes, they do have a book. I remember he showed me the book, but by that time he didn't have a book, so he wanted to go through the work.
Yeah, so we can follow that up, certainly make sure that he gets the online access as well, because obviously we publish online first, so the book is available on Springer Link, so the university should get the benefit of that as well. So we will follow that up for you.
Petrus over here. My question comes from the Clarivate and Scopus presentations. I just wanted to ask, what is the latency of the data recorded on those databases? So, for example, if I publish a paper now, how long should I expect for the details of that paper to reflect on those databases?
Okay, thank you very much for that. It depends on the journal evaluation process with the publication where you've published your paper. So many a time the papers would provide early access, and if it was indexed at the time, it would reflect pretty much immediately. It just depends, once again, on the publishing house. Talking from the Clarivate perspective, they're not a publishing house. So they work with all the publishing houses. But the Web of Science is updated daily. So as soon as the journal has gone through the complete journal evaluation process, if it's already a standing agreement, and if the journal is already indexed, it would obviously be quicker than a journal submission from scratch with a new publisher that they need to bring on board, because the vetting process, they're quite thorough. But if you could send the details through to me, the ladies in the library have my details. We can then look into that specific paper for you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. And dare I say it, the answer is of course very similar. So at Scopus, it's updated daily. But then again, that is for journals that are indexed. If a journal, because Elsevier is a publisher, so our content is on Scopus, but we work with many publishers around the world, and of course it depends on the agreement type between us and that publisher, and in some cases when they send that information through to Scopus, but in many cases it's almost instantaneous. Yeah, but if you have a question, like I mentioned in my presentation, and like Rafika mentioned when she did the lucky draw, and she was singing the Ghostbusters song, reach out to your librarian. There's no silly question. They'll be happy to answer you.
Hello, I'm Victor. I'm from the physics department. I've got a question. I think it's for everyone here. It's a bit controversial, and it's not my intention to be controversial, but I think it's something that is often discussed amongst postgraduate people that are trying to publish. Is that there is still this kind of bias, I would say, that is still out there. Mostly, I feel from my own experience that I pick it up from editors, I've had instances where I submitted papers in some Elsevier journals, and then I'm being told it's not appropriate for the journal, and I'm being sent elsewhere. Then you keep going down this rabbit hole, and then a few months later, I go back to the journal, and I see a similar publication to mine. I'm like, okay, why would you accept this paper if 6 months prior I submitted something that is similar, and then oftentimes you get some of those automatic responses. The article should be proofread by a native English speaker, and then there's no particular comment on like, okay, show me where in my paper where my grammar was wrong, because like we use like Grammarly and all those other tools to proofread, and then we send. So like there's this slight bias, especially I feel like from like Black or African publishers, and oftentimes the way people kind of scale through is then you see maybe there's a professor, a well-known professor with a high H index that is part of the co-authors, then you can see that the bias kind of drops compared to if I was to publish with Petrus. I know it does sound very controversial, but it's something that is, I'm sure if you ask most of the postdoc guys here, you can see people's heads nodding. So I'm not happy to be the one bringing this conversation, but I think it needs to be had, because just to juxtapose this, I've seen some very, very low par papers from Southeast Asia. I wouldn't say the country, but when you go by the alphabet, when you get to C, you can stop there. Honestly, like I've seen some very low par that even for me, then I kind of review the paper. I was like, but why didn't someone ask this question, that question, this question, that question? How did this get through? Then I look at the editorial board. I'm like, okay, I can see the connection. So how do we make sure, that these kind of attitudes are not propagated? Because now we have to balance the whole idea of publish or die and make sure that at least like the bias, like I'm saying, whereby it just feels like there's this imbalance. So any of you can answer the questions, that's fine, because I've had experience mostly between Elsevier and Springer, so probably I would want the answers from the two publishers, sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks. And it's, as I mentioned, I'm the account manager for South Africa, so I've heard this question before. I am also a South African. It has been raised, even at the consortium level, this type of feeling, and it's not nice that happened to you, and I'm sorry, and for everyone else that was nodding in the room as well. I would like to believe it's never anything personal that leads to that, but again, I'm not in the eye of or in the shoes of the reviewer. Let's put it that way. We do have quite a few programs in place at Elsevier looking at that conversation, the sort of global north versus global south, even gender equality, gender inclusivity, and trying to make sure that editorial boards are well balanced on all those topics. But again, sorry that happened. And there is something as well that you might want to look into, which is the Author Heroes program, where, and I was thinking about it when you were talking, but then I said to myself, that might not work, because you said a similar paper was published in the end. But what the Author Heroes program does is, should your paper be submitted to a journal and it's not appropriate for that journal, or maybe belongs to a different subject area, the Author Heroes step in and they try and guide the author into choosing an alternate journal. It might be something to look into. But yeah, happy to discuss further on the topic. I mean, I'm part of maybe more let's say the corporate or commercial team, so I'm not too involved with the details around publishing, of course, because that needs to be impartial and fair to its own devices. But yeah, if you reach out via the library, I'd happily put you in touch with Author Heroes. I think, where you have those feelings, raise those questions, and that's the way things can maybe change.
I should have gone first. Thanks, John. You've said everything. Also, again, apologies for that. It's recognized that the Global South are lagging behind and in priorities when it comes to publishing. I think pretty sure if you go dig, you're going to find some stats that's going to be staggering with that. I know when we started the discussions with SANLIC with regards to the open access, that was very high on the agenda, is to really make sure that the global south, and specifically South Africa, content is now considered to be published. So when the agreement is reached, with that comes the pressure on the publisher now that you have an obligation with regards to a number of articles, almost measurable now, that you have to start looking at seriously to meet those targets, because obviously they're part of the same company, the same industry. So I would like to think that that is going to change, not overnight, but I think one barrier is definitely lowered, if not removed, in that there's now measurable targets to accept articles from South Africa, Springer side, from Elsevier and the other publishers that are in transformative agreements. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of the peer reviewing is still done in the global north. So that is the concerted drive from Springer Nature side to look at peer reviewing from the global south. So how can we get people on board on that program to start evaluating content from our region, which is the global south? So that is another opportunity for researchers to, first of all, to get published and then to get involved in peer reviewing as well. We are really looking for that talent to be able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip. For one more question? One more question, colleague. One.
Mine is very short. Okay. It's linked to I just followed the QR code and the acceptance rate, which is probably linked to the previous question. Is that something to seriously worry about? Because I was just looking at some of the Elsevier journals that just came out, and there's some with like 11, 21% acceptance rate. That's already like, for me, kind of scaring me away. That I don't know if that's what it means, that you've got 20% chances of having your paper accepted in that journal. And a lot of them haven't got anything more than 50%. And I think to link to what was said earlier, a lot of us are always being warned about, I'm gonna open another can of worms. It's Friday. All these, what do you call these journals that predict, why are they having a market? And that could be that there are so many people who are frustrated wanting to get their word out there and being rejected, downright desktop rejection. No, whatever. It's like, no, sorry, go knock next door kind of thing. And yet again, you see something similar coming up in those journals. And I mean, if you had one researcher having 30-something papers in a year and others are struggling to get one out, then it says that just by virtue of the surname, it could be that it's easier because it's somebody who's known, and it's, you sometimes even miss the misspellings that they're doing because you assume that their work is always going to be on top. So I think it's something we need assistance with as emerging researchers.
It is. What I can comment from Clarivate's side is, because they're not a publisher, they partner with the likes of Elsevier, Springer Nature, the list goes on. They've introduced the Emerging Sources Citation Index. You've got access to it through the Web of Science. And the purpose of the Emerging Sources Citation Index is to focus on emerging areas of research, but also emerging regions. You can use that as a powerful resource to identify journals to publish in. No, they're not in the core collection, which is the premium index, but it's not because they lack in quality. They could be younger publications, younger fields, they just need a bit more visibility, and then they can grow in citation stature, because I can also open up a can of worms. We can talk about citation pollution and the behavior around citations, which we won't do on a Friday. But there's so many things that one has to consider. But it would be your best bet to use these reputable resources. And if the emerging regions is the concern here, go to the Emerging Sources Citation Index, use the Web of Science, use Scopus, identify location publications, and then submit to those. I think that would be a good place to start. And then your chances of ending up in a predatory publications are, I can say almost zero. I'm not allowed to say it, but I am objective in a way, so it's probably your safest bet if you go through any of those directions. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Ni from Physics Department.
Simple question. It's about the discontinue from Scopus. So it's like I have experience. So I submit mine and it's accepted. And then after 3 months, 4 months, unfortunately, it's discontinued from Scopus. So that's really, I mean, we pay for it, and then what is the solution? And from now, if you see the last year, if you go to Schemego Junior Rank, it's still there, but when you open directly to Scopus server, they say discontinue. So how to link between Schemego and Scopus itself? And the second, there is a Scopus content coverage. Okay, so you can see the how many document indexing by Scopus. So let's say we are see 120 for 2023, 2022, but 2023, that's indexing for that paper is go 78, and then the next year is already totally discontinued. So we are as an author, how we eliminate these cases, because we pay for it, the article, and we can't publish again the article because it's already accepted and it's already online. So we double disadvantage. We lose our article and we lose our money. So even, sorry to say that, but Springer as well, I see the list because I always download every update list from Scopus, discontinue. So you can see many journal, every single month now is go to the discontinue list. So I think it's more very important to the author to know this before we go through this session. So you lose your article and you pay for money and nothing.
Yep. Thanks for the question. I know a lot of it related to Scopus, and I'm going to be very honest with you that I actually don't know the answer to that, other than trying to assume that maybe the journal itself was discontinued or removed from Scopus by the CSAB content, the Scopus Content Advisory Board, and I'm not sure for what reason that could be. That's, I unfortunately I don't have the answer to that, but I'm very happy for you to reach out to Nomathongo, to Rafika. Let's see if we can find you the answer, and then maybe you could share it with the rest of the room, because it would be a bit tricky if everyone was included in the email. But yeah, happy to try and find the answer to that. I'm very sorry, I just don't know it.
But there's also like when we email, not only me, I have my colleagues as well. So I'm from Indonesia for sure. So we have a lot of communication with our friends who are doing PhD, postdoctoral, kind of like this. We have a problem like that. So we email directly to support help desk Scopus, and they come back. They come back to us. They were gonna give update around 2 weeks, and they come back. Is this journal under evaluation? So that's a good thing, but unfortunately 2 weeks is take a time. Sometimes they reply us for a month, but we need the article as soon as possible, and for going through to. Because this is like a card to pass the promotion if you are a PhD student. And yeah, they come like under evaluation. It means don't go there. It's better to not publish to this site, because they already re-evaluation condition. It means discontinue. Maybe it's gonna be the decision. And even quartile, let's say Scopus have quartile 1, quartile 2, 3, 4, okay? And even quartile 2, I see there's discontinue also. So now it's very difficult to us to see which one is better and guarantee for longer than gonna stay until we need it. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I don't know, I've been saying thank you 100 times, maybe it's 1,000,000 times now. Luyolo is gonna give you guys our token of appreciation. Yeah, we are gearing for the end now, colleagues. All right. Please ask for the DVC to come so that we arrange for the gift, the prize. No? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we excited to be at our, shall we say, inaugural prize-giving session of Research Week 2023? Are we excited? We are also very excited. I was bombarded outside. Who's the winner? Who's going to win? When are you announcing the winner? And so it's so nice to be with you this afternoon. Of course, we have a lucky draw. We have the 3-minute thesis competition that was happening. And we have the Big Fish postgraduate innovation pitching competition that happened as well. So we will be doing that. I'm going to ask for each round that I have some representatives here on the floor with me. We're going to welcome our lovely dressed in pink DVC of Research, Innovation and Internationalization, Dr. Thandi Mgwebi, to join me online. On stage. My head is somewhere in the lockdown on Friday, on hybrid spaces. And then to accompany her, we are going to ask the beautiful Norma Tongo Bell to join us, the Deputy Director from Bibliographic Services. Okay, so I think we can go ahead with our first session. Are you ready? I heard we have something called the WWIS Lucky Draw, which I think translates to the Worldwide Information Systems? Services, correction. Thank you very much. Systems and services. So if you can kindly come up with our draw so that we can draw our lucky winner. Do we have our little box of cards? Oh, yes. We are in the Friday afternoon. So the lucky draw, yes. Is there one winner, 2 winners, 3 winners? 2 winners. So DVC, they must be in the venue to win. Okay, so there are rules. Rule number 1, there'll be 2 winners. Rule number 2, if you're not here, no prize, unfortunately. This is for the overcomers, those that stuck through until 4 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. This is for us. So maybe, DVC, do you want to try our first winner? Do you want to draw? Give a round of applause, everyone. And our first WWIS Lucky Draw winner is... Are we going to do the banging? We're going to do drum roll? DVC?
No, you did.
Can we do this? This feels like nepotism, DVC. Look at this. This feels wrong.
It does. It's Mrs. Who are Mrs. in the room? S. Suzette Shea.
She's not here. Quack, quack, quack. Unfortunately, because of the rules and because it feels nepotism-y. Doesn't feel right.
Okay. The lucky one is Miss Amara Abrams.
I saw her earlier on. Is she in the room? She left. Quack, quack. Let me pick this one. Hopefully 3rd time's the charm.
I hope this one's here, because we're going to stop this draw now. From nursing, Mrs. Pranitha Ramsey.
Oh. Last. Let's keep this one for luck.
You have to be here. From Media and Communications, Miss Putego Precious Ntoke. Do you know these people?
NRF, not here.
Huh? NRF?
This was Prudence from NRF.
This one from pharmacy. Let me see pharmacy people here. Unfortunately, it's a
She's
miss.
not here.
Kukulami Butelesi.
She's not here. But then DVC is gonna be tired after this. We should pick a winner, DVC. You like after this. Pick one after this.
From Library and Information Services, Miss Sandiswa Choniswa.
Please come and do a handshake with DVC so that we can put you online. Congratulations. Photo. Do we have the WWIS representative here? Do you want to join for the picture? For the first winner? Please join us.
Trust the library still.
I said we're definitely starting at 3:30 this afternoon because the library was in charge. So the first winner was awarded. DVC, you want to draw? Maybe you first time lucky for the next one. Let's continue. One more. One more. Keeping fingers crossed they're in the room.
From business management. Let me see people from business management. Miss Atlehang Nkotha. Huh? This one from Aeon has to be here. Miss Samira Musa. Marine Science and Food Security. He's not here, actually. Dr. Bernardino Segio. No, let's see. There's lots of people there, so let's give it a chance. Mercantile Law. Oh, she's not here. Lindy Khuti. Hi. From Research and Support Management, Dr. Palisa Mutam.
This, of course, is our new director, everyone, so it feels fitting that you would receive a gift. Please run up for us to form part of the picture. Thank you very much. And with that, it concludes the WWIS Lucky Draws. Give them another round of applause. And thank you for joining us for the library session today. It was a full house and very informative. We are going to move on now to our next category. We are moving on, of course, to the 3-minute thesis competition. So please join me in welcoming the Director of Research Development, Dr. Priscilla Mensah. Round of applause. Okay, so the 3-minute thesis, or 3MT, originated from the University of Queensland in Australia. The 3-minute thesis competition is a research communication competition that was developed in 2008. In this competition, Doctorate of Philosophy students are given 3 minutes to present a compelling oration of their thesis and its significance. The 3-minute competition challenges students to consolidate their ideas and research findings so that they can present concisely to a non-specialist audience. So this is what the competition is about. And to start, we do have some members joining us from online. Going to bring them up. Is it going to show? You don't need to show her now. Okay. So while we're just sorting out the technicalities of the screen, we are going to call on, if all our participants can maybe come and form a line on the side. Everyone who participated. I see some of you in the audience. I see Sandy Gandhi over there. Where our others, Olwetu was here earlier on. Can we all just make our way to the front? Olwetu, I see you. Some of our other participants, why does it seem like the participants are scarce? Maybe have them on the, because these are the participants. These are our participants. Yes, yes, all of our participants are here online. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Chris Allen is here, Terry Lee is here, Mia Strant is here, and Sandy Songwenya is joining us from online. So we have 2 of our participants here this afternoon, and we're going to award them with some gifts of participation. DVC and Dr. Mensah, can we please award soon-to-be Dr. Sandy Gandhi and soon-to-be Dr. Olwetu Poswayo with their gifts for participation. Of course, those joining us online will receive their gifts from the Office of Research Development. A round of applause. Yes, yes. And now we're going to announce the winners of the competition. The winners of the competition will be representing the university at the National 3-Minute Thesis Awards or competition that will be held at the University of Free State. Our first place winner, so our winner will win 5,000 Rand up for grabs. Our second runner-up is winning 1,000 Rand, 3,000 Rand. Our first runner-up wins 3,000 Rand, and then our second runners-up wins 1,000 Rand. And we also had our people vote and tell us their choice. They will also win 1,000 Rand, the People's Choice Award. So to start off, we think it is fitting, as the people sat through it all, that we announce their winner up first. So can we have a round of applause for the people's winner? The people's winner, of course, regaled us with her tales of taking pharmaceutics and making them more accessible to global Africa. Please give up for Sandiso Ngwenya, our People's Choice winner, who is joining us online. Sandiso, would you like to switch on your camera and give us a little wave? Do you have a little camera? Can you switch it on and give us a little wave? Don't need to highlight. Okay, I think we are not gonna get her camera on today. Sandiso, are you gonna switch your camera on for us? Okay, we can have an overall picture with Sandiso where she switches her camera on. So please get ready, Sandiso. We want you for our overall picture so that your camera is on. So then we're going to move on to our next category. We are going to be announcing our second runner-up. And for this year, we are a bit different. We have 2 second runners-up. The judges felt that 2 contestants gave a very compelling analysis of their research and oration of their research, and they couldn't choose between these 2 for our second runner-up. So we are going to call on incoming doctors Olwetu Poswayo and Dr. Sandy. Over to you, our 2 participants. It pays to show up, right? Of course, as postgraduate students will know, RD, research development, knows your student number, so don't worry. You're not going to get a physical check. You'll get a ping. Technology, yes. And so to move on, our first runner-up. Are you ready for our first runner-up? Can we get a round of applause for our second runner-up? Make some noise. We have a lady doing some interesting work on art participatory methods of research in governance of the ocean. Please welcome Mia Strand, our first runner-up. Give her a round of applause. She's joining us, of course, online. Mia, give us a wave. Yeah! Representing. Thank you so much, Mia. A round of applause to you. We will file your certificate away and await your ping. We are now moving on to the coveted award of the evening or the afternoon in the 3-minute thesis award. Of course, the winner. Just to announce again, our winner and our first runner-up will be vying for the national title at the University of Free State in October later on this year. The winner for the 3-minute thesis competition 2023 is Sandiso Ngwenya. Who is joining us remotely. Sandiso, did you put on the makeup? Can you show the face? Can you please wave us?
I'm sorry, I can't switch on the camera at the moment. I'm having difficulty with that.
Thank you, Sandiso. Of course, you will have an opportunity
so
to.
much.
Thank you, Sandiso. Thank you. Thank you for joining us remotely, even though you couldn't join us. So Sandiso will represent us. You will probably see a memo about her and Mia. So please look out for them and support them on their journey. Director of Research Development, thank you very much. Madam DVC, you staying for the next category? Okay. So we can stop sharing. So now we can stop sharing the screen. Yeah, you can just have the normal Research Week photos up. It's now the Innovation Awards, Madam DVC. Oh, yes, yes, and then you will come. Okay, thank you. And I want this page up. Yes. Yes. And so now we move over to the Postgraduate Student Innovation Pitch Competition. Can we please welcome our Director of the Innovation Office, Dr. Nqobile Gumede, to join us on stage. Please give a round of applause. Thank you, Doc. The Postgraduate Student Innovation Pitch Competition is a research commercialization competition run by the Nelson Mandela University's Innovation Office as a part of Research Week. The competition is targeted at registered postgraduate students from honors level that are currently undertaking innovative research. The competition is designed to assist the students with entrepreneurial aspirations in the development and pitching business cases based on their current research topics to enable them to launch student-led enterprises. So very fancy stuff, right? So this year we had 3 groups pitching. Are the groups in the house? Are the groups here? Can I please call up the groups or the representative of Block Box to come forward? Are the group in the house, Block Box and their representatives? Please give them a round of applause. They are probably so scared, taking their first steps into their foray of entrepreneurial world. Can you please come forward? And then we'd like to ask the team to come and hand them their participatory certificates. Block Box, are you in the room? Letu Lujuba, Atinkosi Kinane, and Yamkela Seko. Or Seko, sorry. It's a participation, yes. Yes. Okay. Yamkela. Thank you. And maybe have a picture with the team. Give me the song. Please be. So then we have our next innovation, an innovative glass waste-based one. Are we in the room? I can see him. Coming all the way from the Free State, traveling at the dusk of night to make his pitch. Mr. de Klerk, can you please come to the front? Give him a round of applause. And then finally, we have the participants of the Hot Box. Can you please come on forward and accept your participation awards? Round of applause to them. Arifa Williams, Nathaniel Davis, Esinam Tamaklo, and Francois Jacobus Swanapool. Over to you. And Francois. So moving right along, we are going to be announcing the winners of the coveted 100,000 Rand business deal. It's a high price. Come on, give me 100,000 Rand. Why aren't you clapping? Give me now. And the winners of this year's innovative prize will go on to develop what they call it's agro-architectural techno-information. Please welcome Hotbox. This one can't be a ping, ne? This one is a check. You can't do a ping for 100,000. Another round of applause. Thank you to all our participants in the various competitions, and we acknowledge all the teams and their hard work, but we're giving over to the DVC who would do the official acknowledgements and takeaway. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all participants. This was very difficult to choose a winner, but with the last one, so we will be watching how the business idea develops, and the Innovation Office is available to take you through and assist you in developing that idea forward. So it's a journey, we know, so you have to grow this money as an entrepreneur. It must multiply. So we are looking forward to seeing this innovation develop further. Another round of applause but also for the other participants who brought ideas forward. I think it will be worth visiting the Innovation Office to see how they can help you pitch it elsewhere, because there are possibilities. You heard, yes, the other day was it yesterday or the day before, that there were business people in the room who were saying, we are available. So those are the people we can help you connect with, pitch your business ideas to. So it's not a loss, it's just that we can only have one winner here. So colleagues, thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge first the team that put together this whole program, the logistics. I would like them to come forward. Natalie, Amira, and everyone who was helping you along the way. Give them a round of applause. I'm only picking these two ladies from my office, but they were not working alone, but they are the drivers behind the whole initiative. So we're very grateful to them, and we acknowledge the work that goes behind the scenes. I don't normally check what's going on, so I just ask once in a while, where are we? And they just run. So congratulations. Thank you. And then I also want to thank the people who cooked for us. I think the food was brilliant, and we enjoyed everything. Unfortunately, they're not in the room now, but we thank them. I must say that the sound is fantastic, no glitches. So we thank the team that's working here, the Sonwabo Audiovisual Production. You will agree with me, I think there's a high quality service that we received. 10 out of 10, she says. Thank you very much, Sonwabo team. We truly appreciate that when we arrive in the morning, you are already here. And before we leave you here. So thank you very much for this. And also I want to thank the teams in RII for putting together such a wonderful program for each and every day, the networks that each and every one of you bring to the university, and each day is different. And each day is a reflection of your networks. So we truly appreciate it. And I want to thank the students who came in numbers this week to make this happen, because there's no point in us presenting to ourselves. So the students, the academics at the university who support this, it just shows the hunger of knowledge about, and also networks that I'm hoping that you've met someone new during this whole week. If you haven't,
I think there's something not right. But I hope that you've gained something new. I hope you can follow through those things that you've picked up during the week. Now we're going to ask just one student to come forward. Mr. Prinsloo to come, and Petrus is here to give us 2-minute reflections, because he's a supporter of the Research Week and he participates actively, and he's willing to give us just two minutes reflections of what he thinks this week was, what it meant, and what are your take-homes.
Thank you, Madam BBC. Those of you that were here last year will recognize me as a repeat offender. I must say, though, that this year Dr. Mgwebi at least told me Monday morning that she'll be expecting this from me, and not 5 minutes before the time. In terms of anxiety, though, it makes no difference. So, for reflections for this week, I was told over lunch that in no uncertain terms that I have to make a note, once again, on how delicious the food was all week. So there you have it repeated. And then I'm going to quickly do an interaction, the same as I did last year. I'm going to just recycle. If you're an academic staff member or a researcher in this university, please put your hand up quick. Okay, now if you're a student / postdoc, postgrad, put your hand up, please. Dr. Mgwebi? Remember last year it was like 4 or 5 hands total. Now it's double digits. We have grown. Based on this trajectory, I think we're going to need a new venue next year. Thankfully, the engagement building is almost done. Yes. I must also point out that at the end of last year, I engaged with Dr. Mgwebi and gave her the hope that we would grow, and we did. So I think in the spirit of that, I'm going to engage her and say, I hope next year we can give every delegate an iPad or something similar. Yes, let me just look at my notes here. So the Research Week covered a vast variety of topics, and we engaged in every aspect of doing and conducting research, from both the student aspect, the university's aspect, and the national/private aspect. And the question that was posed to me was, what was my favorite session? Very difficult, as almost every session in terms of knowledge transfer felt like a full hour-long lecture. So I must be honest, I learned a lot. However, in terms of the session that I found spoke with me the most, the sit-down sessions was today's library information session. There was a lot of information there that I had not known prior, and I think a lot of people here did not know, and I'm very grateful for that, because it helps not just the researcher, but the people who the research is meant for. However, I think the highlight of the week was 100% the postdoc session, where we engaged with the postdocs. And if you missed out on that, hopefully we have it again next year. That was really a transformative event. And I think, Dr. Mgwebi, can you please confirm, is this the only type of event like this in the country, this Research Week here?
No.
Isn't it? Okay. To be fair, from my experience and my perspective, this does put our university in a very good place to be a pioneer in transformation, and also for the transformative environment that we are building in terms of our research and engagement at this university. We had the faculty strategic planning last week, and it was pointed out that, it was actually pointed out by one of the invitees from the humanities faculty, that our strategy for development and transformation at this university is one of the best in the country, if not on the planet. And I really do believe that our research office is very instrumental in helping us achieve that as well, particularly in the research aspect. So I must thank Dr. Mgwebi and her team for bringing this here and bringing us here to attend this, because as an emerging researcher and a research student, I am so encouraged to go back into the lab and produce results and publish, because I know that in terms of support, if I need help with something in the lab, I can approach my supervisor, who has the support from the research office. If I need help with finding information, I can approach the library for support with that. And if I need help publishing my results, I can again approach the library and ask for help with that. If I need industry collaboration, the research office has the connections that I need for that. So as a student, I feel very supported and cushioned in the like the experience that the research office provides to the students here. So my takeaway message, this is a bit longer than 2 minutes, I apologize. So my takeaway message is that we are in a space, we are in an innovation space where there's a lot of positive future. And coming out of this week, I think more than just myself will be encouraged to engage with that positive future and bring it to fruition. So, as said, we are on a growth trajectory, so I'm really looking forward to what this looks like next year. Thank you, Dr. Mgwebi.
Thank you very much, Petrus. Thank you very much for your reflections. Now I'm going to be asking the Director, Research Support and Management, Director, Research Innovation, Director, Library and Information Services, Director, Innovation Office. So Dr. Balisa Mutapo is going to be reflecting, summarizing for us the take-home messages from day one. Yeah, you can sit, you can stand, it's up to you. And then day two, Dr. Mensa is going to be speaking on day two, and Dr. Gumede on day three is going to be online. Ms. Unati Luchaba is online and will be reflecting on day three, which was the Humanities Day focus. And then today, Lindsay will be speaking on the take-home messages for today. So I will start with you, Balisa. It's up to you if you want to sit or stand. Read my things. Okay, so you can hand over to the next. I won't be coming up. Okay.
Okay, hello everybody. I think I got a super warm welcome. Last week I was screaming that I was in a melting pot of everything on my first week, and then it's research week. But it's a great opportunity for me because I got to learn all the amazing work that you are doing, and that each and every day had something new for me to learn about the university, and that people like photographs. Culprits over there. And so I have to learn to take lots of, and Paula, I have to learn to take lots of photographs. So yeah, I'm going to just give some reflections on the first day, which is really exciting to know about the university's growth agenda, which the DVC shared about, and the emphasis on supporting emerging researchers, and also that the university is committed to both academic and societal advancement, and that we care so much about people, we care so much about communities around us, and that our research has to be relevant in ensuring that we meet all the national agendas. And also it was very important to see where the national science technology strategies are going and what we are looking ahead towards. Then we had the inspiring entrepreneurship. I think Prof. David Katerere's story was really insightful, and that even if you're a scientist, you can be an entrepreneur. And if you have a beautiful wife, you can sell stuff. So that was really nice, and I think it's really relatable, and it was very important for students to understand that, and that you can be an entrepreneur anywhere. You don't have, it's not about just starting a business, but even within your work environment. And also that the university is dedicated to that. There's Ms. Kay over there to support all the innovation, and our director Ngobile here as well. Then Dr. Mensa and I, with Dr. Malcolm online, we shared a little bit about, the persistent barriers for women in STEM. I mean, we understand that there's a lot of challenges and that we should make more effort for recruitment, access, retention of women. And I quote her when she said, without equity and inclusion, there's no excellence. And we need to bring everyone to the table. And then there were the breakaway sessions on postgraduate funding and partnerships. I went to the partnerships one, but I totally know the funding challenges for postgraduate, and that we need to engage industry a lot more, and we need to find models that enable industry to support research in academia, and also for taking up students into their settings, and then increasing mobility. And our partnership should be on research internationalization. So we need to actually be able to having products, outputs that we can measure instead of just being present, right? We're all tired of signing MOAs that don't show up when we are publishing. So overall, it's been really amazing. I think for me, it was really amazing to see everything that you are doing. So I learned a lot this week.
Thank you, Palesa. A nice segue between day 1 and day 3. Remember, on day 1, Dr. Mgwebi profiled the National System of Innovation. And then on day 2, the DSI was here, and Dr. Phil Mjwaha let us know South Africa's STI priorities. And we were reminded that it's important when you apply for grant applications that you align and demonstrate how your research is contributing to these priorities. It also spotlighted the opportunities for us at Mandela. So I think it will be important to have access to these presentations as a reminder for researchers what the priorities are. But one that stood out to me was in the health sciences and the fact that we have this chair in nanomedicine that can benefit because it's very well aligned with national priorities. And then we looked at research in the age of AI, and I think you will all agree that there are various AI tools that are out there that can be enablers when it comes to research. But it does have its pitfalls, and I was very grateful for the voices of the students that came out saying, why do researchers not question when you get a Turnitin result, right? It should not be the case that you immediately question the student. I also think one of the take-home messages was that researchers need to think about whether the support given to students is adequate. You know, so if you're a supervisor, the coping versus cheating when it comes to using AI tools. And then we had reflections on the National Tracer Study of doctoral graduates in South Africa. This is a study that I recommend everyone that's supporting doctoral students read. And I think what emanated out of it is that the support that's given to postgraduate students should be agile, because we have students that are registered full-time, but we have those that are also registered part-time, and there must be adequate support given to all students, regardless of their circumstances. I hope all of you took notes about the global networks, because there are lots of opportunities there. Nelson Mandela University spends a lot of funds subscribing to these networks. So we encourage you when the memos go out, but also to visit the websites, follow them on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, so that you get the pop-ups when calls are published and you are aware of what's happening. It was wonderful to profile just some of the work that emerging researchers at Mandela are doing. So Dr. Nomta Hadi is one of the NGAP academics at Mandela University, and she presented at the NGAP seminar. And then we had doctors Anakbo Piri and Latola share a little bit of information about the work that they did, and it was so memorable that Petrus even referred to it. We also had cocktails, which always elevates an event. So on that note, thank you very much, and I hand over to Dr. Gumede. Oh, sorry, to Unati online. Over to you, Unati.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I am in transit, so I would prefer not to show my beautiful face for today. I'm sitting in a car just before I turn the camera off, just so you see that you're talking to me. So in terms of reflections for day 3. Primarily, I think our purpose for the day was to engage everyone on humanities, the arts, and the social sciences, and for people to understand the kind of work that gets underway at the Nelson Mandela University. The day was primarily driven by, it was started rather by Professor Pem Maseko, who is a colleague of mine. And she took us on a journey on history, memory, and archives. It was a reflection on her journey as a scholar. She took us through the importance of the journey where she focused on literary archives and emphasized the need for us to rethink about our scholarship as it is. Also, a number of presentations took place on Wednesday as well. We learned from the likes of Karabo, Maia, I think it was. He also took us on a journey on ethics of artificial intelligence. And myself from the South African Cultural Observatory, where I spoke about measuring and valuing South Africa's cultural and sporting economy and why it's essential for their for their continued vitality. I think, in summary, basically, looking at all the presentations and all the interaction and all the engagement that took place on Wednesday, we all walked away kind of and agreeing in a way that there is really a need for the revitalization of the humanities and the fostering of the transdisciplinarity of the humanities. I think there was a commonality between all the presentations, also including the ones that took place in the afternoon from Professor Pumla Gola, the Rose Boswells. Everybody is kind of also emphasizing some of the things that we've also argued, we still continue to argue as well from the Cultural Observatory side when we are advocating for the importance of the cultural industries, in our case, the importance of the cultural industries or the cultural economy, the fact that we cannot leave the arts or the humanities when we are prioritizing as a nation or as an academic institution. We need to be including the arts when we're talking science, technology, engineering, and maths. So it was a beautiful day of networking, beautiful day of learning from each other and engaging on the various projects and interesting projects that not only the students, but colleagues at the Nelson Mandela University are working on. So thank you. That's my reflection for day 3.
So I'm going to give reflections on day 4. The intention for day 4 was to facilitate discussions around university and industry partnerships. And one of the reasons we're doing that is we really want to deepen those relationships in the university. We are a publicly funded institution, and technology transfer and commercialization, mostly in South Africa, is publicly funded. So we take seriously our responsibility to make sure that the innovations that we come up with, the research that we come up with, can benefit society and the economy. So we opened the day with a presentation from the CEO of the National Advisory Council on Innovation. He just gave a picture of where South Africa sits in terms of the STI indicators. He mainly highlighted 3 areas on his presentation, but we will share the presentation. There were other areas that he couldn't cover in detail. The need for continued transformation, gender inclusion, and the need for enabling emerging researchers and growing that cohort. And lastly, the need for increased investment in R&D as well as commercialization or translation of research. So we really took note of that, and I know that DVC has that on her agenda for the next 5 years. So there's nice stuff coming up. And then also we had a panel as well as the recently appointed industry chair on the automotive sector. automotive sector is very prominent in the Eastern Cape. It's a very large sector that contributes to the Eastern Cape economy. We had industry panelists that were talking about how they would like to engage with the university to enable innovation in that sector. We're very excited to know that they are very keen on engagement. We're very excited about the commitment that AIDC Eastern Cape has made to the university through funding and appointing a research chair. So we had those discussions, and that sector is open to engagement, and this was one of the take-homes from that session. Another session that we had, it was very important for us that we do demonstrate that this is not new. There are academic leaders at the university that have walked the walk with industry. We had Professor Danny Harting from ENSA who told his story about the journey of a 25-year journey working with industry, contributing to industry to show that it does happen, and it has very good successes. We also had Professor Paul Watts, who had developed a technology that had actually enabled an SME to enter a sector that they couldn't enter before engaging with the university. So we're very excited and we're very hopeful to hear those stories. We also had funders, because at the end of the day, intention is all good, but if there's no enabling initiatives of funding, then there's very little we can do. We had national funders from the NRF, from the DTIC, from TIA, and even from Koha locally, who told us what kind of programs they have to enable those kind of partnerships and the translation of research. So we're very excited about that. We closed the day off with the postgraduate competition, and we've just had our winners. So all in all, the day was to start a conversation about doing meaningful innovation, doing meaningful translatable research, engaging industry early on if we can, or whatever stage of research you are in. And we would like to encourage researchers in the room to come to our office when they start industry engagements. There are some nuances around how the university is able to engage with industry in terms of terms and intellectual property arrangements. So if you are starting a relationship with industry, we would like to encourage you to get in touch with us, and we can guide you through that process. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to thank all the delegates that are here, all of the delegates that came out for day 5, the last day of the research week. I think as a take-home, I just want everyone to know that the library is a business partner in publishing. Our doors are open. You can call on the library if you get stuck, if you need assistance. I appreciate these events. I can recall from last year, just after this event last year, we could see how, our telephones were buzzing with queries about A, B, and C. So I would like to see the same when, on Monday. Please call on us. We will be there. So since I'm the last one, I'm going to wrap up properly. Going to be short. I just want to re-emphasize the services that we offer. Today we covered services like research profiles that we can assist you with, the open publishing that we can assist you with. And then towards the end of October, we will also look at launching our open journal system. So if there are any groups in this room who wants to start a journal, that platform will be there. The library will assist you with that. So yeah, that will be it. Yeah, thank you.
A round of applause for my colleagues here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the wonderful program. And I think you need a round of applause for yourselves. I don't think I'm leaving anything now. It's just to thank you very much for staying the course. And we hope to see you during the course of the year.
taking all the messages that have been shared here. And we are here to support you. We want to see you flourish. Thank you very much. Enjoy your weekend.
Oh, no, no, a photo. Yeah. Malisa. Group photo.